Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands!
The Netherlands are into the final. Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell, in a 9-dart shootout, has found 2 180s.
Can change the first thrower between games if your partner's not feeling it throwing first and not feeling comfortable.
Which we can just go back to that actually. The 9-dart shootout rule on a Saturday night, that's if each team wins a match in a group by the same scoreline, all 3 teams. And look at this. Never mind 9-dart shootout.
I thought he was going this way.
Oh my God.
Oh wow! Oh!
125.
And the ball in the ball for Jimmy Van Scaife, superstar. And he wrapped it up in style.
Great stuff.
Great stuff from Campbell with that 104 shot.
Little 10. Oh, that is super stuff from Smith.
And he was quite embarrassed at the fact that everybody...
Devin Peterson finds it, and they're off the mark, and that will be a relief.
Six Nations dueling it out. National pride is at stake. It's day 2 of the international pairs here in Portsmouth. Well, following the first day's worth of play, we have dual leaders at the top of the table. Jimmy Van Scaife and Danny Van Tripe are becoming the dream combination here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Having won the previous tournament, they're top of the table alongside Sweden overnight. 4 wins out of 5 for both nations following the first day's worth of play have put themselves in a very good position. Scotland best of the rest with 6 points following the opening day's worth of action. Canada and Wales with a couple of wins apiece, while South Africa are yet to get off the mark. Well, it's fair to say the highlight of yesterday's action came in the game between Sweden and Scotland when Anton Östlund and Andreas Harrison went within a dart of history.
You can change the first thrower between games if your partner's not feeling it throwing first and not feeling comfortable. Which we can't say the same for Anton Östlund. He's looking very comfortable indeed at the moment with his first 180 of the week and first 180 for Sweden in the match.
Well, just going back to that actually, the 9-dart shootout rule on a Saturday night, that's if each team wins a match in a group by the same scoreline, all 3 teams. And look at this. Never mind 9-dart shootout. We might get a 9-dart finish. And it's 150. Surely they just go conventional here and try and get a pairs 9-darter and don't do anything like 3 balls.
67. Sweden require.
Well, the way that I saw Andreas smiling, I thought he was going this way.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow! Oh!
125.
That would have been the most incredible leg of darts you have ever seen anywhere.
Yeah, it was truly a moment there as Sweden went within a dart of a little bit of history here at the Live Lounge. The first ever pairs 9-darter on TV, and also a way to have done it as well with the 150 checkout. Has reminders of Peter Manley against Rod Harrington back in the day. But it was the Netherlands who topped the table following the first day's worth of play. A 4-0 victory against South Africa in their final game of the session means that they have the ascendancy on legs difference. And Jimmy Van Scaife and Danny Van Tripe are really becoming the premier pairing here in Portsmouth. Picked up the title last time and they're picking up where they left off. in May. So this is how the bookies see the action over the course of the day. They have the Dutch duo, perhaps unsurprisingly, of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripoff as the 11-8 favourites. Andreas Harris and Anton Ursland as Sweden 2-1 second favourites. Will Wales, Scotland, Canada perhaps make a push today? We'll find out, whilst it feels like a long way back already for the South African pair of Carl Gabriel and Devon Peterson, who are going to be involved in the first game of the session. They take on the Netherlands, who are looking to successfully defend the title that they picked up in May. Double 10. And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
We dug deep, we got the wins, and we did what we needed to do, and we scraped through.
Richie Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
But this guy this week has been amazing. I've just been able to mop up.
We'll return to the board, looking at double 16 to complete a 4-1 success.
To win it with him, words can't describe it.
Third time is the charm, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals.
It means a lot because we are playing for our country.
History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a pairs 9-dart shootout to quiet down the English crowd. And for Wales, it's 2 wins out of 2. Well, that is absolutely incredible. And Belgium will be through. Bullseye for Jimmy van Schie. The Netherlands are into the final.
And he only needed one more.
And it's double Dutch delight.
International pairs champions, the Netherlands.
They definitely look as if they've cracked the pairs code here at the Super Series of Danny van Tripe and Jimmy van Schie, parting one another once again because they won the title last time. And who's to say they're not going to win it again and maybe try and defend it for a third time when this returns next year. They take on South Africa, Carl Gabriel and Devon Peterson into bat for them. Troublesome first day for them. They didn't pick up any wins in their opening 5 matches of the group. Whereas for Jimmy van Schie, 4 wins out of 5 for their session yesterday. Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe. Van Schie, the 31-year-old from Breda in the Netherlands. Interestingly, that they're not throwing in formation. They're just throwing his teams as they throw their final practice darts. And Tripe, the 28-year-old, who hit a 9-darter in the last leg he threw on the stage on the Saturday night in the week that he won. Carl Gabriel, 34-year-old from Johannesburg. And Devon Peterson swapping the commentary box for the stage this week. The 39-year-old from Mitchell's playing, representing South Africa for the second time this year, having played for South Africa at the PDC World Cup back in June. And a world-class tournament needs a world-class referee, and that referee is Owen Binks on this Tuesday morning. Always attentive, always on time, and always up to the task. Scott Mitchell, the former world champion, is with me on this Tuesday morning to talk through all the action. And Scott, great to be in your company as ever. And for the Netherlands, they're looking to pick up
First leg
where
against
they
the
left
Netherlands
off
to throw
yesterday.
first. Game
Yeah,
on.
definitely. There's definitely a rapport and a good feel about the way that they play together. They're very comfortable and obviously having won stuff together as well. It creates that extra
140.
bond that you have and trust within one another, and that's exactly what you need to win pairs titles. You've got to believe in one another, and you've got to be able to bail your mate out when he's not quite doing it
140.
sometimes. And these two seem to have the perfect scenario and are both able to do that with each other. And
100.
very difficult to come in as a new pair, like maybe we'll see later on in the week with Adi and Steve Beaton. So I'm sure they're
26.
professional enough to be a good pair, but they haven't played together before, and they haven't played pairs for a while. So a lot of pressure being put on them by the bookies, having them as favourites yesterday.
60.
What is the key behind a very good pairs partner in your view?
It's trust. It's trust. You know that when you haven't done
100.
it, that your mate's going to step up and do it for you behind you. There's an element of trust, and then that makes you play better because you don't want to let that opponent down. And at the same time, if he goes bad, then you can't go bad at the same time. It's just, there's just something you know. There's just a dynamic you know. It's very difficult to put your finger on. I tend to, when I play pairs, try to concentrate on myself and do my thing. And then if I'm doing my thing, then my partner will always follow you.
South Africa require 150.
But yeah, I've had many brilliant pairs and played with all of them and won pair stuff with lots of different people. There's not a unique
31.
dynamic sometimes with any one
115.
player, but there's always one that you just rotate to and prefer to be with.
Game shot on the first leg to the
Because they do that
Netherlands.
for you. They do that for you.
And it's Danny Van Tripe who gets the opening leg of the day for
Second
the
leg, it's
Netherlands.
South Africa to throw first.
And he
Game
looks a little bit confused as to which drink table's his.
Yeah, he did look very confused there, didn't he?
140.
For the South Africans, I think they've got to, from what we saw yesterday, they've got to up their scoring a little bit. They're sort of waning a little bit on the scoring.
140.
And then when they do get to a double, they hadn't been hitting it. They had opportunities yesterday that they just couldn't take.
60.
I was surprised to see that Devon was throwing second. I understand why. Because most of the visits will be taken between 15 and 18 darts. And that's where you
60.
want your main man who's going to be hitting your doubles. So that's obviously Devon in this partnership. But
60.
they've just got to up the ante a little bit and take the chances when it comes, because these two that they're playing now, they don't think twice about taking an
97.
opportunity. Comes as natural to them.
And if you think it gets easier as the week goes along, if Group C was to be their end destination, it doesn't, because Switzerland
100.
are in there, and I think they've got a very good chance of having success this week. Stefan Belmont's having the year of his career so far
32.
in 2025.
South
We've
Africa
also
require 141.
got Germany in there. They're always going to be competitive. Denmark also in amongst that particular mix.
65.
On top of course, the other two nations that will drop from Group A to Group C. Stefan playing on the Pro Tour today. Another one of the top-up players, and we'll get a bit more into it when they play their
60.
first game.
South
But
Africa requires 76.
yesterday, a historic day for Sweden as they had their first ever Pro Tour winner in Jeffrey de Graaf, as Peterson looks at 8-8 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Now looking at 2-4s.
72.
Misses
The
it
Netherlands
inside,
require
so
112.
Van Tripe, who picked up the first leg, cannot find the 112 to make it 2-0.
49. South Africa require 4.
And so Carl Gabriel comes back here for South Africa to level up at 1 apiece. Now looking at the Madhouse.
No score.
And those aren't badly thrown darts. They're right on the
63.
wire. But this is what I was talking about. Those chances have got to be taken. Because you can't leave these opportunities to Van Ski and Van Tripe.
Game shot
Because
on the
that's what
second
happens.
leg to the Netherlands.
And they kept getting caught by that yesterday.
Third
And
leg
you can
is the
see by
Netherlands
the
to
look
throw
on Devon's
first.
face there in the background
Game on.
that it's another opportunity gone begging.
Bite of the flight from Devon Peterson as his South Africa team find
45.
themselves 2-0 down in this race to 4. Lost this game 4-0 yesterday, did South Africa. That's the reason why the Netherlands topped the table on legs difference overnight.
98.
And the thing is, now that you've missed it, you mustn't let it affect you. You've got to keep going and get your
100.
another opportunity. And you can see by the look on Devon's face in between, he knows that opportunity came for the Dutch because he missed. And it's hard
60.
to accept when you know that you've got to stand there and go, this is my own fault. This is I'm allowing this to happen. Because that's the only way you get past it.
139. $100. $60.
Well, the Dutch duo of Ski and Van Truyck, not near their best yet, but they're just doing enough, aren't they?
100. The Netherlands record 157.
157 required for 3-0. The way this game has gone, you get the sense they're going to get 6 starts to open up a 3-leg buffer. They're going to come back for 62 because Carl Gabriel is unable to find the 1-4-3 for South Africa.
45. Netherlands record 62.
Double top.
22.
Goes higher the mark, and so South
98.
Africa back for 98, and it's Devon Peterson in visit number 6, as you rightly said. Double 12.
86.
They've had 6 starts at a double in this game, South Africa.
40.
They've missed all 6.
$20. South Africa, you require 12.
Really got to jump on this.
Game shot on the third leg.
Hits the
to
double
South
nicely,
Africa.
and you feel that they could be 2-1 up here. And
Full
then
leg
with
at
the
South
throw,
Africa's
and
a throw
that's
first.
the frustrating
Game
thing
on.
here. The margins and the lines are
95.
very fine between winning and losing, particularly in pairs games because you get less throws.
45.
So you feel like when you make a mistake, it's cost you as a pair.
$41. $41. $31.
That's more like it for Jimmy. That's the first start that he tends to favour. Not really been able to get their scoring mojo going thus far, the Netherlands. In fact, both teams averaging in the mid to low 70s at this particular moment in time.
140.
But opportunity perhaps opening up here for South Africa from 2-0 behind to maybe level this up at 2 apiece.
60.
6 starts on 194 to all of a sudden get back level.
$91. $70. South Africa require 103. $71. The Netherlands
Dart missed
require
a double 60 to level up at 2-2. Van Truyck unable to find the 145. And so Carl Gabriel will come back, 3 darts in hand to square this game up. Remember, they had trailed 2-0 in this match. But they've got themselves back on level terms, and all of a sudden, the Dutch have questions to answer.
Fifth leg is the
Yeah, they have indeed.
First. Game on.
Because it could be so very much worse for them. They could have been 3-1 down here. I don't say should have been because I don't believe in the word should. Just because you get a dart at a double, I don't mean to say that you actually own it and should always hit it. But so I use the word could.
81.
But Jimmy stakes off with a 180.
55.
And this is the type of battle that Devon Peterson can really get himself
81.
embroiled in. When it's a little bit of a scrap like this, where it's one score following the other, Devon Peterson will really, really relish this kind of battle.
He will, but the fact that he's throwing
59.
second means that 9 times out of 10 he's only going to get 2 throws in the leg to make a difference. Whereas he should get 3 throws in the leg if he threw
100.
first, which is why you tend to put your better scoring player at the number 1 point in the pairs.
140.
Because he should get more throws than you, particularly if it goes on leg after leg.
Well, the Dutch are 2-0 up.
60.
They were
No,
pegged back to 2 apiece,
67.
but it looks like they're going to arrest that particular slide here. 67 points away from a 3-2 lead. A much better leg from the pair of Van Schie and Van
Show on
Tripe.
fifth leg.
And it's
to the
JVS who mops it
Netherlands.
up in 15 darts to move themselves 1 away.
Sixth
Yeah,
leg
and
in
if
South
you just
Africa.
look at
to
the
throw
doubling
first.
stats, it's
Game on.
3 from 8 attempts from the Dutch. And it's 2 from 10 for the South Africans. And
92.
that's kind of been where it's got away from them in this match so far.
$140.
Once those Dutch lads get a lead, they generally don't relinquish it.
Two players that you
60.
definitely put down as headstrong, Danny Van Tripe and Jimmy Van Schie, which is when actually their heads come together, which is why they're quite an irresistible force.
140.
They had to
136.
survive a little bit of a wobble here, did the Dutch. They have 6 darts here from 2-2-1. Van Schie looking to tee up his teammate Van Tripe.
105.
And he'll tee himself up for 116 upon his return to wrap up a 4-2 win and to put the Dutch onto 10 points in the
60.
group.
The Netherlands have 160.
To pile the pressure on the Swedes who take on the Canadians next. For the match, 116 isn't going to go, but they're going to be left in a handy enough position.
153.
Carl Gabriel unable to find the 153, and so
Netherlands have 156.
Jimmy Van Schie will return for 56 to wrap up a 4-2 victory. They've kind of pushed on as the game's moved towards a close. From 2-2, they've piled in back-to-back
Game, showdown,
15
the
dart
match
legs
to the
to
Netherlands.
win the game 4-2 and to move themselves onto 10 points at the top of the group. Well, 2 really good legs to end, and once again the pair with Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe having their traditional debrief about how the game went. They win 4-2 against South Africa. Next up, Sweden take on Canada. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's the second week of international pairs. And before the break, the defending champions Netherlands got the better of South Africa by 4-2. Now then, Sweden have got an away shirt. Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund back in action. They're one dart away from the most perfect of nines yesterday. They ended day one with 8 points to their tally, to their total. It was a very productive first day. Jess Smith back in the building for the first time since winning Series 11 back earlier this month, wasn't it? Up against Dawson Michelle. Now age 29 from Medicine Hat in Canada, making his debut here. But here is a man who made his name at the World Series of Darts in Las Vegas, where he put out no less than the machine James Wade in a superb performance. Two teams very much in unison in terms of their kit colours. And in terms of the Canadian pair with Jess Smith and Dawson Michelle, what would be your assessment of their opening day?
I've got to be honest, at times I think they were a touch unlucky yesterday. They lost 2 matches 4-3, and both of those they didn't actually have the darts. So today they will be looking to reverse those 2 results because they'll have the darts in them. And like I say, I think they were just a touch unlucky. It was Van Tripe and Van Scaife they lost 4-3 to yesterday, with a very similar average, and they lost to Parry and Burnett yesterday 4-3, solely pretty much because they didn't have the darts. And it came down to the last leg, and obviously they were 3 darts behind. So, and with Dawson, we didn't really know what to expect from him, having not been on the scene for such a while, working in the financial industry. It's funny that we were saying that Jeff had dragged him out of retirement and Dawson's 29. So, yeah, quite a strange situation.
Yeah, Canada could be a team that maybe we wait till later on in the week until we see them really peak, mainly because of the fact that because Dawson hasn't played for so long, it may just take him a couple of games or a couple of days to really get going in the way, in the vein that he would like to. Now, if you're wondering why Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund are dressed like they are, they've actually just come back off of a shift working at Bouncers on the nightclubs during the bank holiday weekend.
No, they definitely haven't. I like to see it. I like to see it when the pairs partners get together and match shirts and everything else. It's something that obviously was planned, whether it was done by... It looks like a teamwear company by the way that they're both wearing the same logo.
100. Canada, you require 56.
But I think it's good to see. I think it's good to see when teams do this.
Just builds that bit of team morale, doesn't it? As Michelle pins a double 10 and take a 1-0 lead. I can give you a little bit of inside goss.
Second leg, it's Canada to throw first.
The teams are
Game on.
invited, and then one of the things they're asked is, can you get together a shirt? Can you provide something that both players can agree on in terms of a team strip?
140.
So in the first international pairs that Steve West and Mervyn King decided, do you know what? We're just going to play in our own garment.
100.
Well, let's say, for example, I was picked. Who would play in pink alongside me? Probably Keegan. That's probably the only one.
91.
Well, you're the captain. You can pick whoever you want.
Well, yeah.
Fallon Sherrick also plays in
100.
pink.
Yeah, me and Fallon would be a good partnership, I think. Yeah, that'd be all right. Although I know that I bore her to tears with how slow I am. She's told me about
100.
that. She said, you're just too slow. I said, oh, thank you, Fallon.
Just filling time, Scott. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, well, we've been on England duties back in the day.
100. Canada, you require 100.
You just walk slow, she said. So slow. Oh, okay. Got it.
And he's got that. Bullseye for the big fish.
100.
Would have been a roof raiser for the Canadians. Playing really well here, averaging 108.5. I know we've not got to the end of the second leg yet, but just an indication of how quickly these two have come out the traps.
25.
If they do string it together, they're going to be a dangerous quantity. Let's get that right.
19.
A couple of missed darts and a double there for daughter Michelle has opened the door up for the Swedish pair. And Anton Östlund, who some may argue was the best player of the day yesterday, looks at 66 and looked at the ball first to level up a one apiece.
32. Canada, you require 6. Three. Sweden, you require 34.
Yeah, big chance there. And now Andreas with a chance to break back. Go straight at it.
17.
And he also
Canada,
misses down that bottom end of the
3.
board. So, bit of a mess here for Marshall to tidy up. He's got to avoid that first dart. Takes a big stride to his left. Finding the range.
1.
Not to be this
Sweden,
time. So,
17.
chance for Östlund, who was my player of the day yesterday. His focus is very good, and
Game
once
shot
again
on
he
the
tidies up
second
that
leg.
17
Sweden.
nicely and makes it 1-1 and back on throw.
Third leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
Both these Swedish players will be playing at the inaugural PDC Nordic and Baltic Darts Championship in October. In fact, Andreas Harrison is the #1 seed for that
57.
competition. And because of that, he's actually going to be participating in the PDC World Championship at the Alexandra Palace for the first time in his career come December. Timu Haju of
140.
Finland, the other player to get in. He's not Finnish. He's 32. Anton Östlund has also qualified for that particular
121.
tournament as the number 20 seed, and he will take on Kent Sivertsen, who we've seen here at the Super Series this year in the
60.
opening round of that competition. Andreas Harrison gets a bye to the second round, and he will take on either a man that we'll see later on this week, an even Springboard Paulsen, or our good
87.
friend from Sweden, Victor Tingström. Oh, we miss Victor around these parts.
Indeed we do. Not seen Victor for a while.
Used to do a great impression of
100.
Borat.
Did he indeed? You know your stuff, you do, don't you?
The interesting facts and the useless facts. And I tell you what, Scott,
100.
this week, the tungsten teaser has been retired. But fear not, it's going to be the return of fun facts for international pairs.
100.
You can return it
Sweden, you
back
require
whenever you like after
136.
today, because I'm not here. So that suits me down to the ground.
That's right. When are you back next? I'll bring it back then.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm not telling you.
38. Canada, you require 101.
Well, 71 left, contemplating his options, in a bit of a blur. And I suppose this might also be part of having not played as many
69.
competitive matches as maybe the others, is when it comes to these situations, what sometimes is so locked in and so computed could just be a little bit of a delay in terms of working out some of the mathematics of things, as Harrison pins the tops to go 2-1 up.
To Sweden.
Yeah, and you have to
Full
say
bag,
that
it's Canada to throw first.
Canada would
Game
be
on.
feeling that they should be 2-1 up at this particular moment in time. Seems to be a bit of a one of those mornings here on the Tuesday morning so far.
100.
Giving up opportunities to each other.
$44.
Well, Canada got off to a stupendous start, as Chris Eubank would say. But since having the opportunity to go 2 up, those couple of darts that Dawson Michelle had at double 12 and double 6, it's all gone kind of awry. And Sweden beginning to put their foot on the throttle.
$171.
Well, that's awoken everyone. And it's awoken Anton Östlund.
Canada require 170.
Jess Smith missed the bullseye for this in the opening leg of the match. He's not going to get an attempt here.
134.
Nicely tidied from Smith.
60.
Dawson
Canada,
now
you
has a
require
chance
36.
for double 18.
Game shot on the full
Hits
flag
it nicely.
to Canada.
Thought for a minute there Dawson was up the creek.
Fifth leg at Sweden to throw first. Game on.
Well, he certainly had a paddle.
Nice finish with the last dart. Double 9, that's always pleasing.
180.
Well,
we know where he's going. We know where he's going.
100.
He's downstairs. Surely. Boo.
95.
Can't believe you're doing the spotter's job for him, Scott.
Absolutely. It's probably the only time I could have done the spotter's job for him. And that was only because I was here yesterday.
95.
If I'd have been here yesterday and seen the direction they seem to be wanting to take out this 9-dart pairs system,
96.
then, yeah, I wouldn't have known.
Well, they've left themselves on the little fish here to go 3-2 to the good. Sweden, a country very much known for its fishes.
135. Sweden record
And in
130.
particular, that fish that they eat, which absolutely reeks. Can't remember what it's called now, but there's that one that you open up the
41.
tin, and it like the smell of it just... Sestromi, I think it's called. And
I would call it the reeky fish, because it reeks.
oh, it smells like...
127. Sweden require 89.
$20 for the bull. The bull.
64.
Not found by Östlund, and
Canada,
so
you
the Canadians will
require
come back
54.
for 54 to move 3-2 up, and it's Dawson Michelle who shoulders the responsibility.
$34. Sweden require 25.
Well, he's missed 4 real key doubles in this game as Dawson Michelle to go 2-0 up
on the
and
fifth
3-2 up, and on
to
both
Sweden.
occasions, Andreas Harrison has pinched his pocket.
Sixth
And
leg
the Swedes
against Canada to
go
throw
3-2 up.
first. Game on.
This is a crucial game for the Canadians, because if they won this game, or if they do go on to win this game, they'll be within a couple of points of Canada, of Sweden, and
100.
still keep themselves in touching distance possibly of the Netherlands. But a loss here would mean they're 6 points behind the top two. You get the sense that already they'd be scrapping around to see whether they can get in Group B or not, as Urslan kicks off with a max. And guess what, Scott? Dart number 4 will be headed for the treble 19.
100.
It will indeed.
But they won't find the treble 19. However, Scott, call me a party pooper here. But sometimes aren't things in life better to be unsolved mysteries?
100.
I.e., do you remember when Michael van Gerwen missed the 18th dart for the back-to-back 9 darters? We still talk about that 13 years on. If he hit the double 12, it would have been a great moment. He moved on from it. But it's become a theorem for the rest of time.
Because of the style that it would have been hit, I don't think we would have moved on from it, with it being 3 bullseyes.
105. So
Because of the strange way that it was, I don't know.
Well, this performance has a bit of mystery from the Swedes.
51. Canada require 96.
Leaving themselves on 60 to wrap it up 4-2. Michelle back for 96 to take us all the way. Double 18. 2 9s. Inside. And that's been the problem.
Sweden require.
The score has been okay for the Canadians, but 2 from 17 on the doubles. Ultimately, what has come back to cost them. Anton Urs has got 2 darts at tops, but as you can see, that target's obscured. Can he just flick it off the barrel and in? That was the intention, but he flies it too high.
9.
So Smith has a chance now to go 3-3. 1 for double 4, surely. 2 4s it is.
Game
takes it out and goes 3-3. Now does the momentum switch now? Does it go to Marshall and Smith with that?
Final leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
I wonder, Scott, whether the Canadians will swap the order in the next game. Not as if there's been any issue in terms of Dawson's scoring, but he's throwing in the 5th visit of legs and he's missing doubles in those 5th visits of legs. And we know that one of Jess Smith's key strengths and key traits is taking those types of things out under pressure. Now, if they're getting restricted to just 5 visits of leg, do you shore up your order to have your stronger finisher throwing in that 5th visit?
I love what you're doing there. I love how you're thinking, but as a dart player, you would absolutely destroy Dawson's mind if you did that, if you then went and swapped over.
81.
Unless it's a plan. When we watched the Scottish in a minute, the Scottish yesterday planned that Scott would throw in the first one, the 3rd one, and the 5th one, and Robert would throw
54.
2 and 4 first. So that's a plan. You don't destroy yourself and mentally with a plan. But if all of a sudden Jeff starts going, Dawson, nah, you need to throw second now, mate. You could destroy him. You could destroy him mentally.
41.
And like I say, he hasn't been around much anyway. So is he ready for that to happen to him? And I would say no. My total international experience would tell me leave him where he is.
And that's why you've won world championships, and I've been the bedroom world champion on a couple of occasions.
Well, I just don't like to throw people in front of the bus. That's what it is.
$129.
113 for the match. 93 left, treble 19. It's not got, and so
57.
Dawson Michelle here, 1-4-2 to win this in a last leg decider.
$96. Sweden require 56.
So opportunity for Andreas Harrison to win this game for Sweden. Double top.
36.
Now, the first dart was awkward. The second one drops low.
Canada, you require 46.
So now it's fallen to Smith, you see. And that's the reason why Jeff's playing in that position. Smith takes the double 16 Didn't get deterred by missing the big number. And you could see what it means to the Canadians there. Good stuff. They know they needed to make a good start today and an impression on the top of the table, and that's exactly what they've done. A good 89 average for them. 4 from 19 on the doubles. They will be looking to try and sort themselves out on that. But we go into a short break, and when we return, Wales will be taking on Scotland.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Canada got the better of Sweden 4-3 in a topsy-turvy second match of the session. Game number 3 is a meeting between Scotland and Wales. Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry representing the Welsh, while Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton are in for the Scottish pair. Scott Campbell, who last time he was here, he partnered up with John Henderson. Hit 2 180s in a 9-dart shootout, and the only throws he could have in that 9-dart shootout on the Saturday night. Kurt Parry was part of the Wales side, which got all the way through to the final last time, where they lost out to the Netherlands in a really dramatic game. And for Richie Burnett, still looking for that first win in this particular building. I think a lot of people would have expected that to come at some point before now. But the 58-year-old from Wales will be hoping that this is the week where he breaks his duck. Duck is one of the things that Scott Campbell will probably be cooking this week. He's become renowned as the Super Series chef has Scott over his previous couple of appearances here. The last time he played in his main week, he had actually brought everybody round for dinner. So, myself, Owen Binks, and the players in Group A were invited round for a dinner date. And I tell you what, some of the food he makes, absolutely superb. He made a lentil soup for starters. Wonderful main course. And the sticky toffee pudding for dessert was on a different scale.
Very nice too. Didn't invite me.
First leg, it's
I
Wales to
wasn't
throw
here.
first.
As good as he is at
Game
cooking, he's
on.
nearly fell over the hockey there. Kurt Parry can't stand up straight. Yes, he's back with us.
Well, last time Kurt Parry played in the pairs, he saw Danny Van Truyck trip up over the stairs and on the stage, and probably tripping up over everything as well. Danny Van Trip by name, trip by nature.
57.
Indeed. I always like a good Wales versus Scotland match, because usually both those teams are cheering against the English for whoever they play at the international. So I always find it really funny when they play one another, because the English, we're stiff upper lip. We remain impartial. We couldn't care less who won between the Scottish and the Welsh. I've got to be honest with you. Yeah, usually because we've already won it.
85.
That's too many years of international darts coming out there loud.
Just a little bit of experience. Well,
99. Wales, you require
Wales have got off to the quickest start of the pair here, and it's the ultra experienced Richie Burnett who's having a look at a 154 to take out the opening leg. Couldn't find the treble 18 to have left himself a dart at tops.
98. $100. Wales, you require 56. Game shown the first.
Very good opening leg for Wales. 14 darter to get Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett up and running.
Scotland to throw first. Game on.
He's a good character, is Kurt. Real nice guy. One of the absolute gentle giants of the game once you get to spend a little bit of time with him. And I think the ambition is
43.
to maybe take the game a little bit more seriously again. Took some time out, having started a family, but against being at a certain age, it does allow him a little bit more freedom perhaps to go out there and play a little bit more and maybe take the sport a little bit more seriously once again.
87.
Yeah, I got to spend a bit of time with him last weekend, actually. We were at Challenge Tour. We went out for a nice steak for Tommy Morris's birthday, actually. Yes, we had a little gathering.
81.
Steve West was there and Mike Huntley and yeah. So, yeah, I sat with Kurt.
Jared Cole not invited?
No.
Don't blame you.
Jared was there. I forgot to mention him. He was at the other end of the table, though. I couldn't see him. There were so many out. I needed binoculars to see the other end.
59.
Well, Richie getting his daily squats in the background.
You just never know with that boy what he's up to.
$100.
I suggested yesterday before the first game that I put a little happy face on one of your post-it notes and hello on the speaker before his first game, but
I was wondering where my post-it notes went.
that would have been outside interference. It wouldn't have been fair. I don't think you'd have noticed it, to be honest.
Oh, if it's a speaker, he would have noticed.
56. Scotland to require
Like
129.
when a dog tried to mark its territory on it when they were playing at double trouble.
57. Wales, you require 146.
Yeah, I did go and have a word with it.
Burnett was like a dog with a bone, but he's unable to pick apart the 146, and so Scotland will return,
50.
looking at 72 to
Scotland, you reckon,
square this
72.
contest up and to level us up at 1 apiece.
$52. Wales, you require 96.
Double 18,
Game
clean
shot
kill.
the second leg.
And
to
that kills off
Wales.
any kind of Scottish hopes. 2-0 Wales lead.
Third leg, it's Wales.
And they
to
had an
throw
opportunity
first.
to square
Game
up at 1 apiece. It wasn't taken, and Parry clinically takes out the 96.
To be honest, you have to say that the Welsh are good for the 2-0
58.
lead because they're about 14 average, 14 points in the averages higher than the Scottish.
100.
Here comes Campbell. Trying to restore the situation.
45.
I get the sense Scott Campbell is the perfect teammate for anyone. Just the way that his character is. He's such a laid-back guy, and he kind of almost
42.
says to the other person he's playing with, you go be the star of the show, I'll do my bits, and I'll back you up where I need to.
Yeah, look, there are a few players out there. You mentioned about sort of
55.
combinations of players and stuff. And I would imagine that Scott is one of the easiest guys to ever play pairs with, I would have thought. Whereas we go to the other end of the scale, and I would say that Mr. Burnett is probably one of the more difficult players to ever play pairs with because you never know what's coming with him. And I mean, kind of off the board. And sometimes if he makes you laugh, then you don't then go and perform. And the great thing
24.
about Kurt Parry is he really takes not a lot of notice of what Richie was doing. We discussed it actually last week, and he was saying, Kurt was saying how much he was looking forward to this week and playing with Richie because he really enjoys playing alongside him.
Well, it's very much chalk and cheese, isn't it?
40. Scotland, you require 160.
So 160 for Scotland to get a leg on the board, and they've got 6 darts here to finally get a chalk in the contest.
78.
Good last dart, saved the visit. It's looking like
$125.
the Scottish are odds on for this one.
$62. Wales, you require 154.
154 is no longer on the offing for Kurt Parry. So Scotland will return, look at double 10
98.
to reduce the
Scotland
gap back
require
down
20.
to 2-1. And it's going to be Scott Campbell with those darts in his hand.
Game shot on the third leg to Scotland.
Finds a double 5, halves the deficit.
Fourth leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on. $97.
And now they're back on throw. They'll be thinking that they have a good chance to make this go 2-2, but
180.
Parry's got other ideas.
The game's first max goes the way of KP.
41.
It was the one thing the Welsh struggled with yesterday was 180s. Parry hit one and Burnett hit one. And now they've got one apiece already today.
180.
Well, hold the front page, hold the back page. Yesterday, Scotland nearly had a 9-darter hit against them, against Sweden, when Anton Östlund missed the third bullseye. Kurt Parry looking at a more conventional 1-4-1
82.
for the
Wales
first
require
ever
141.
televised pairs 9-darter.
And you absolutely blew it again, didn't you,
87.
Henry? Got to ease your way into it.
26. Wales, you require 54.
Well, the 9-dart attempt may no longer be on offer, but this Welsh pair plenty of time to get the break, and if they do, they're 3-1 up. They have the darts to get the job done in the next. The
Shot on
double
the
top
floor
is
there
found to the
to
top
Wales.
corner. 3-1 Wales.
Fifth leg, it's Wales.
And the check out stats for the Welsh is pretty 3 from 3, pretty special.
140.
And there's a 19-point gap in the averages now between the Welsh and the Scottish.
If Wales was to go on to win this game, it really does open up the group for interpretation. You'd have the Dutch out on top on 10 points, Van Scaife and Van Tripe. Harrison and Ersland on 8, being stuck on that mark because Canada won, they'd be on 6. And if Wales was to win this game, Scotland and Wales would also be on that particular mark ahead of the next round of fixtures, which sees Canada take on the Netherlands, South Africa up against Scotland, and Sweden up against Wales.
Yeah, the plus for the Netherlands is in this sort of bunch of 3 matches.
35.
They won theirs with an average that was sort of 9 points off what they were doing all day yesterday, so they kind of got away with one first up this morning. You fear they're going to have to up that average
80.
if they're going to be playing any of the other 4 teams and expecting to win.
43.
You did the first couple of days of the previous pairs week. I think it's fair to say, and I mean this without disrespect to some of the nations that played in the previous one,
95.
but this feels as if the strength is more in depth now than it was last time.
Well, the averages yesterday show that it is, so, you know, the proof is in the pudding. I'm sure there's some nations that are disappointed not to be involved this week, but can only fit in 12.
34. Wales, you require 145.
Carry on there. In this vein, we may have a championship altogether. The former world champion is looking at double top. 145 to have got the game 141.
Scotland, you require 72.
So tops of Thornton. The gap reduced to 3-2, but it misses a match start at tops. Thornton obliges to keep us going.
Sixth leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
It's a 3-2, and all of a sudden back on throw.
Richie contemplates what could have been.
81.
At his best, he's one of the best maximum hitters at the Super Series, and that is 180 number 3 for the Welsh duo of Parry and Burnett.
140.
Well, they teased us with the 9 in the previous leg. Were unable to get
83.
a couple of legs to go, shall I say. My apologies.
$97. $134. $99. Wales, you require 104.
So 104 for the match for the Welsh. 9 scored means 95 left, so it's treble 19, double 19. Unable to get Scotland only needed one
88.
dart in the previous leg to bring it back to
Scotland
3-2.
require
May only get a
84.
dart at the ball to make it 3-3.
So 2 at double 12 then for Campbell. 1 out, 1 in.
72.
Too far in.
Wales, you require.
So
16.
Parry comes back for 16 for the match.
Well, a little chuckle from Robert Thornton, but this is no laughing matter.
No
but
score.
they're going to get a reprieve
Scotland
because
require
Parry's
12.
missed 3 match darts at double 8. And
Game shoulder
Thornton
stick
picks
flag
his
to
pocket again.
Scotland.
Whenever the Welsh have missed opportunities,
7th
Scotland
and final
have been
against
able
Wales
to
to throw
take full
first.
advantage.
Game on.
And we go the distance.
Parry here has got to compose himself with his first visit. He had the disappointment of missing the double
41.
to win the match. And he hasn't really set the world on fire with that 41 to open the door, and he's still shaking his head in the background.
57. $68. $92. $55.
And again, a non-treble visit from Parry of relevance.
$100.
It feels like the type of last leg where dealing in tons may just chip you away down to a finish quicker.
97.
One treble really doing the damage right now.
$58.
But a treble-less turn there from Robert Thornton has opened up the door for Kurt Parry to leave Richie Burnett in decent stead. And what a time to come up with a 140 to leave his teammate on a 2-darter when he comes back. Campbell looking to do likewise, needs just the one treble to do that. Fine, said treble.
96. Wales, you require 100.
And so Burnett looking at a ton for the match. Double top. Now 2 10s. But Wales cannot cross the
Scotland
line.
require 98.
One dart in hand again. No, not to be for Robert Thornton. And so Kurt Parry,
Wales, you require
who's effectively taken on the role of Welsh skipper, steps forward for double 10 to win the match. And only needs one dart to do exactly that. Wales get the better of Scotland in a last leg decider 4-3. And it means that they will both be tied on 6 points following this round of play. The tale of the tape was all about Wales' power scoring in the end. 3 180s in the match. They win 4-3. Canada and the Netherlands go head-to-head next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Wales get the better of Scotland in a last leg decider. Kurt Parry stepping up and pinning the match-winning double 10 for the Welsh duo. And so, following the first round's worth of play, the Netherlands and the Dutch duo that you can see on your screen of Danny van Tripe and Jimmy van Schie are top of the table on 10 points, 2 points clear of the Swedish pair of Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund. Canada, Scotland and Wales are all on 6, while South Africa are yet to get off the mark in this International Pairs Week.
First leg, it's Canada to throw
the two
first.
Dutch giants
Game on.
have been very much stood tall at the top of this Group A. But it is Dawson Michelle who kicks us off for Canada in their second match of the day, looking to reduce the gap at the top to just a couple of points.
Yeah, it's quite a big game already in this group, this one.
100. $121.
We know what Jeff Smith is like here at this live lounge. Once he gets in the mood, he enjoys himself here. But we know so do the Dutch pair.
95.
This is going to be an interesting next 10 minutes.
Of course, Jimmy and Jeff have their recent history, having competed in the Champions Week final just under a fortnight ago. And Ski, of course, having that dart off the back of the 1-2-6 to win the title, it would have meant that he would have become just the second player to have completed the set
97.
after Andreas Harrison. Jeff Smith, because he won that Champions Week, is actually looking to do that this time around. Completing the set is winning a weekly title, a Champions Week title, and a Specials Week title.
88.
At 177 leaves Jimmy van Schie on double 12 after 12, if this doesn't go. Finds the treble 17, finds the double 18. And that was clinical from Dawson.
Particularly after such a bad first start. Back to front there. It was nicely finished, because 9 times out of 10, when you do that and miss your first target by so far, it's rare that you then hit your last target, but you recovered nicely with the treble 17, and that's going to give Michelle a lift as well. He's looking for stuff for bits of confidence, and that's exactly what it's done. Look at this.
180.
Confidence breeds confidence.
76.
Well, it should be noted that Canada got off to a similar kind of start in their game against Sweden, tailed off a little bit. Yes, they were able to cross the line eventually.
140.
But when these two are in sync, Smith and Michelle, they are a dangerous
134.
quantity for anybody in this field. And I think Van Schie and Van Tripe have almost become the blueprint, haven't they, of a pairing in this format.
59.
Yeah, they have. They really have, and you can understand why. 177 from
60.
Van Tripe.
Canada require 100
to lead the 24 and pressure the 88 was what made that 88 shot so good.
44. The Netherlands require 136.
Smith is one that does use the board well, but that's twice he's gone for that 25 now in this game, and twice he's missed it.
58. Canada requires 78.
So it's Michelle again looking at 78.
And again, he's got the first dart wrong.
38. The Netherlands requires 78. Game shot in the second
Van
leg.
Tripe hasn't, and the thing is, Jimmy has all the confidence
so like it's Canada's
in Van Tripe doing that behind him every time.
All square at one apiece. That was a well-crafted max. As soon as that first dart hit the treble like it did, you just expected Owen Binks to give out the big call.
Yeah, he hit 2 180s yesterday all day, and now he's hit 2 in a game.
$137.
You know what the 171 would have left.
Jimmy's just looked at Jeff, and Jeff looked back at Jimmy going, yeah, I know what it had left.
$56.
Well, this is a really good performance for Canada so far. 102.69.
140.
The average so
Canada
far, and
128.
they've got 6 darts and 128 to establish a 2-1 lead. Not to be this time.
Jeff did the 128 yesterday with the 2 treble 18s and the double 10. Choosing not to go that way this time because his opponents weren't on a double.
100. Canada required 33.
Van Tripe disappointed that it wasn't more than the ton to pressure this 33. So it's 1 for double 16 then for Dawson.
Game show
hits the double 8. He's now coming to the game. He's coming to the 4. Not wanting to let his partner down.
Full flag gets the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
And like we earlier said, it might take him a couple of days, a couple of games to get going.
100.
But once he fixes into tune, he is going to be a dangerous operator, which makes this Canadian team one of the perhaps fancied each way bets of the week.
100. $95.
I've got a feeling they were out about 20 to 1 yesterday in the betting. Wouldn't have been that after yesterday's session, I'm sure, but before a dart was
60.
thrown, Marshall and Smith were out 20 to 1, I think.
Well, I did see Jeff post on his social media feeds yesterday that he was
56.
pleased and proud of the way that both him and Dawson played on the opening day, whilst also enjoying a spot of lunch at a Belgian-themed restaurant. In fact, they took the Dutch team with them. Jimmy actually was ordering the food in Dutch, and the waiter didn't understand a word he was saying.
125.
Jimmy's almost local, he's here so much.
80.
Jimmy's here that often, and he's that much of a success here. He might become a tourist attraction before too long.
$65. Canada, you require 161.
Come and visit Jimmy Van Schie. He will be here between August the 25th and 30th. Tickets cost £5.
60.
Tots of Van Tripe. This was the combination that won them the pairs.
50.
But not like that.
Canada requires 60.
No, exactly what Danny Van Tripe had indicated there up the board.
Game show on the 4 flag to Canada. 5th flag, it's Canada to throw.
Not a lot in the averages. 95 to the Canadians and 92 to the Netherlands. It's just getting those moments right, isn't it? And you have to say that Dawson grabbed a big bit of confidence there when he shot that 88 in the first leg when under enormous pressure from a 177 from Van Tripe.
$60.
And who knows as well what kind of battle this could be when it comes to the WDF World Cup in South Korea, because Jess Smith's going to be there representing Canada. I'm not sure whether Dawson's heading there or not, but Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe will, you'd imagine, be heading out to that particular tournament. I know Danny Van Tripe definitely is. Who knows? Could be some opposition scouting for you, Scott.
I'm always scouting.
99.
Always scouting the opposition. But there's one thing I do know about international darts. You can't worry about anybody else. You've got to worry about yourself. And get your own game right. And if somebody
57.
beats you playing your best, hold your hand out, shake it very nice and firmly, and make sure that they won't get away with it again.
93. $100. Canada, Iraq 114.
Well, veered wide with dart 1 meant the shot was off straight away.
82.
Not that there's too much damage done because the Netherlands aren't on a finish, but Jess Smith will have 3 in hand. A double 16 upon his return to wrap this game up 4-1.
63. Canada, Iraq 132. Game shot.
Jess Smith
and a
makes
match
absolutely
to Canada.
no mistake as the Canadians wrap up a 4-1 win against the Netherlands, and that defeat for Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe very much opens up this group for some kind of interpretation. It was a quality contest, a quality performance. 94.81 in pairs is immaculate. 4 from 5 on the finishing 2. They are proving to be some team to beat. South Africa at Scotland is following next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Canada got the better of the Netherlands by 4-1, and that really does open up this Group A. So the Netherlands top on 10, but a victory here for Scotland would put them back to within a couple of points. And it would also mean that Sweden, in the next game against Wales, could go back equal on points with the Dutch duo. In terms of the team's respective starts of the day, South Africa lost out 4-2 to the Netherlands in the opening game of the session, whilst Scotland lost 4-3 to Wales. So both sides looking to get their first victory of the day. And actually, if you look at the way both teams played, there wasn't too much of a dissimilance in terms of each other's performances.
60. 100. $140.
I'd say that first start was perfect for Campbell to go along the line and hit a 180 there for the left-hander, being over on the right-hand side of the treble.
$100. 45.
Well, Campbell will be hoping that he's teeing Fulton up for a shot here, and he's teeing him up beautifully.
127. South Africa, you reckon 160.
Even with the slip for the last. And Carl Gable able to apply the finishing touches to the 160, and so Scotland will be back 74. For 74, and it's Thornton with the responsibility to try and get the breaker throw, which he could get in 14 darts.
49.
Neither attempt at double 16 are successful.
South Africa require 100.
No, they weren't indeed.
Game shot.
Devon takes out our first
Africa
shot of the day.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Turns around and gives it a bit of peacockery for me there. Like that.
140.
One of those players, Devon, isn't he? He tells you when he's feeling good about his game. Lets you know what's happening. Now then, Scott. Time to bring back my favourite feature of international pairs. Are you ready for some fun facts about South Africa?
Yay.
40.
Now, South Africa have 3 capital cities. Pretoria is the executive capital,
43.
Cape Town is the legislative capital, and Bloemfontein is the judicial capital. So they have 3 capital cities. They have 11 official languages, more than almost any other country in the world. The main 2 are Afrikaans and English.
46.
South Africa is home to the world's largest bird, the ostrich, largest land mammal, the elephant, and the largest reptile, the leatherback sea turtle, all native to its lands or waters. We'll give you some more fun facts in the next leg.
140. Scotland requires 78.
Why did you reel off all the largest stuff in the country? Is it because I'm sat next to you?
62.
As absolutely, I'm just reading what's on my computer screen, Scott.
Oh, okay.
95. Scotland requires 16.
2 8s.
Game
this
shot
game up at
second
1
leg
apiece.
to Scotland. Third leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Been biting that flight a fair bit, hasn't he, Dev, today?
53.
Right, let's give you some more fun
140.
facts. The world's largest diamond, the
60.
Cullinan diamond, which has 3,106 carats in it. Carats, not carrots. Was found in South Africa in 1905. It was also the first country in the
96.
world to voluntarily dismantle its nuclear weapons. Here, you got
31.
more carats than that particular diamond.
I probably have. Still doesn't help me see anything coming the other direction.
95. $100. Scotland, you require 170.
Big fish time. Another one of them. Would have left the pool.
130.
Lovely return from Campbell.
100. Scotland, you require 40. Game shown the third leg to Scotland.
Nicely done from Thornton, and I've got to say, I'm getting a
Scotland to
feeling
throw
about this
first.
Scottish pair
Game
now, starting to gel.
$41.
Thornton throwing first in this one as well. We noticed Murph and I yesterday that
85.
they had been alternating the start.
$24.
Fair to say one team's
81.
having a bit more fun than the other. Looks like Robert and Scott are really enjoying their time up there on the stage. Well, it's just beginning to get a sense of a feeling that
135.
frustration's beginning to creep in for the South African side. And you get the sense already that
82.
maybe their week is going to be built upon their campaign of Group C when it comes to Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, it's very much
100.
looking that way, isn't it? I
62.
noticed today that Devon's gone back to the old 4-wing flights rather than the 3-wing flights that he was using yesterday.
141. $100. Scotland requires 60.
And he may only get a poke at the red ball to give himself some wings, Devon Peterson. But that's providing Campbell cannot take out tops.
Game
He
shown the
finds it to the
fourth
top
leg
corner.
to
Scotland lead
Scotland.
3-1. Really good
Fifth leg,
performance
it's
this.
South Africa to
Average
throw
of
first.
97.33.
Game on.
3 from 6 on their doubles.
Chris Murphy and I spoke yesterday about what a great 2025
100.
that Scott Campbell has had. And I think the bit that's improved about his game is the finishing like that with 60.
26.
You know, probably a year ago, you would get back because Scott wasn't hitting those. And it's his finishing, I think, has improved so much. And then that
60.
drags the rest of your game along. The confidence comes with it. I know he's very proud to be the Scottish international captain, and he's heading to
40.
South Korea as well for the WDF World Cup in just a few weeks' time now.
So Scott's captaining the Scots.
60.
Yes.
$180.
Oh, nice little celebration there from Rob off the back of a 180, which puts Scotland back into this leg.
140.
Yeah, good follow from Peterson.
30. South Africa, you require 141.
Well, that may have just jettisoned that leg for Scotland.
65. South Africa requires 76.
It's going to be one dart, a double top.
36.
Bends the wire, and so
Scotland
to kibosh any kind of comeback thoughts.
160.
Scott Campbell looking at 160.
Yeah, big ask. Not going to go this time.
60. South Africa require 40. Game shot on the 5th leg to South Africa.
Nicely done by
Sick flag, it's
Gabriel there.
Scotland to throw first.
That'll
Game
give
on.
him a bit of confidence. But it is Scotland throwing first in this leg, so they will have to break a throw
41.
if they want the contest to go any further.
However, that would have been the opening that they would have craved. Can Carl Gabriel make most advantage of it? No is
21.
the answer. Couple more, Scott.
140.
Couple more fun facts. And that'll be it for this segment of fun facts. South Africa
60.
invented concrete blocks, and it also created the CAT scan, you know, the medical imaging technology. It has a big culture in terms of barbecuing, and it actually has its
45.
own public holiday, National Bride Day, which is barbecue, and that is on September the 24th every year. It's also home to the Vuvuzela, made famous during the 2010 FIFA
85.
World Cup, one of the loudest instruments on earth. They also drive on the left-hand side of the road and call their traffic lights robots.
I like the idea of a national barbecue day.
39.
What would you put on your barbecue, Scott?
$60.
Some sort of animal, probably. A burger of some sort, or a nice little bit of steak.
100.
Or maybe even you, if you annoy me anymore today.
Farm to table.
66. Scotland, you require 136.
136. And 6 darts are here from here for Scott Campbell to win this game for Scotland. And because he had the luxury of time, that's why he went down to the 16s.
56. $100. Scotland, you require 80.
Well, Leeds and self-interested, but Fulton here is going to get a match start at double top.
40.
Which goes high of
South
the mark.
Africa, you require 109.
It sure did. A big 109 here. Make sure the big number. He does. Tops up.
69.
Oh, that is tight.
Scotland, you require 40.
So Scott Campbell has 3 more at double top,
Game
and he only needs the
shot
one
match
to pick up
to
Scotland's
Scotland.
first win of the day, a 4-2 success against South Africa, who are still winless in this second international pairs week. Scotland 4, South Africa 2, and it means that the pair of Campbell and Fulton are within a couple of Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe at the top. The Swedish pair of Harrison and Osland could go level with them if they beat Wales next.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
shot
done.
and the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Well, the Swedish pair of Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund are looking to go level on points with the Netherlands at the top of the table. Wales, their opponents, in game number 6 of the session. For both nations looking to pile the pressure on that Dutch pair. In Wales looking for 2 wins out of 2, having got the better of Scotland by 4 legs to 3 in their opener, while Sweden had an opportunity to get the better of Canada, but lost out in a last leg decider in that particular contest. Game which had plenty of twists and turns, a game which realistically Sweden dominated for large spells of, but were unable to cross the finishing line in. But they have the darts here against the Welsh outfit who could jump on to 8 points, and it would mean that there'd be 4 nations behind the Netherlands on that mark following the second round of fixtures for the day. But if Sweden win this, the mistake they made in the opening game in terms of losing to Canada be made irrelevant, because Canada then dealt with the Netherlands in their second match, and actually because of the margins in those matches and the legs different scenario, if Sweden were to win this game, they would actually leapfrog the Netherlands to the top of the table on legs difference, irrespective of the scoreline.
95.
And to say Wales looked solid, didn't they, in their opening match against Scotland?
Yeah, they did, and I think they're going to have to repeat something like that again if they are going
61.
to
Sweden require 127.
turn over the Swedes here.
$95.
And if the Welsh do turn over the Swedes here, it would be a real turn up.
Oh, no. 100. Sweden requires
bad.
32.
Double 16.
$16.
Inside it
Wales
goes.
require 140.
Yeah, unfortunate deflection there for Anton Osland.
65. Sweden requires 16.
Double 8 for Andreas.
Game
Double
shot
8
on
found
Thursday
by Andreas
to Sweden.
to win the opening leg.
Second against Wales to throw first. Game on.
He could definitely pull off the bouncer vibe, couldn't he, Andreas Harrison?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got a very deep voice as well. So, yeah, he would be easily tell somebody they're not coming in.
140.
But he is such a nice guy. He probably would just let you in anyway.
Absolute gentle giant is Andreas. I'll never forget one of my
61.
favourite stories of our time here at the Super Series. And we went to a local quiz once upon a time. And Andreas and
140.
Dean Moss, who was with him at the time, was down to do the quiz. And we basically, we were having a bit of a team bonding session. We just moved into the new building and the World Cup was on. And Andreas decided he wanted to come down and join us and whatever. And we did the quiz. Andreas said nothing all evening long, apart from in the music round, where you could not have made up the fact that Dancing Queen was one of the songs being played, to which he
60.
said the one word, ABBA.
Sweden in record
Nicely done.
161. $65.
Definitely improved as a player since being here, but also as well, I think it had to be said, the effort that he took as well to improve his English. I remember the first time I did
80.
interviews with Andreas.
Sweden in record 96.
He was the first to admit his English was very, very broken, but it's improved immeasurably over time.
It definitely has. I've known him for a fair while, obviously from the BDO days, and yeah, his English has improved immensely
38.
since then. It really
Boy,
was yes
quite
and no
100.
answers, nothing else.
Game shot on the second leg.
Nicely
to
done by
Wales.
Burnett to level it up.
Third leg at Sweden
It's a
to
good
throw
saver
first.
throw. I won't
Game
go,
on.
that's a good holder throw. It's a good saver throw there from the position they were in. Replicating what Peterson done in the last game.
171. $60.
Well, I wonder what Andreas is going to do. He's going to fill it up.
140.
Or at least try and fill it up. Changing the MO behind the 150.
Anton was psyching himself up for the bullseyes, but at last dart missed and
140.
could just about see a smile under Andreas's beard there, shining through.
100. $46. Sweden require 90.
So 90 for Sweden. $225s, Lee's double top.
50.
Goes above the wire, but has got plenty of time on side. Averaging just under 96 right now, the Swedish pairing.
Yeah, the Welsh pairing not
100.
managing to live with the scoring of the
Sweden
Swedes just
40.
at the moment.
Game shot on the third leg. To
Anton
Sweden.
solid as a rock, which you have to say he has been for a day and a bit now.
Full flag, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
I know we've seen him win weeks in the past, but the early indications from my
45.
perspective is I think Anton looks a better version of a player now than perhaps even when he was picking up weekly titles.
Yeah, Chris and I discussed it yesterday here in
60.
commentary, and I think what's changed for Anton is that he's become a dad, and your priorities slightly change when that happens. The things that you thought were really quite important before
180.
you become a father are not quite so important. And I think that's done him the world of good. He's obviously very settled
140.
with Sarah, his partner. And kind of they have their little family set up. So the dart
85.
stuff now has become a bonus. So you come and you change your attitude towards it. Exactly the same happened to me back in the day. And you do, your attitude towards the dart
96.
changes more. You enjoy it more. And you kind of focus more when you're at it. So, yeah, and it's improved him as a player, no end. He's a better player now than when he was winning weeks. So I think you've hit the nail on the head.
140.
And he's enjoying playing with Andreas as well.
Yeah, you get the sense that both players really, really do bounce off one another. It may not look like they bounce off
95.
balls in the same way that
Wales,
Richie
Unicorn,
Burnett
51.
bounces off that speaker, but you could tell that they're just in synchronicity with one
Game
another.
shot
That's a
of
14
4
dart
to
to double top
Wales.
bound 2-2. Good contest this. Both teams averaging above 90.
Fifth leg, it's Sweden to throw
Yeah,
first.
Richie George and I won a
Game
few
on.
pairs titles, but I got to be honest with you, he done me nut. He got on my nerves constantly. And so, I hope you're watching, Richie. You're probably not. You're
60.
plumbing somewhere. But he was very difficult to. He would lead the line. He wanted to throw first. He wanted to do this. He wanted
45.
to do that. Yes, Richie, you just carry on. But we won many pairs titles together because of it. So sometimes the opposites can attract, and it makes it work. When I changed pairs partners after that, life became very boring, and I kind of missed that problematic Richie George, causing me all sorts of problems.
140.
On the board and off it, going, why did you go there? Why did you get questioned everything? Just leave me alone. Let me get on with it. I know your dad is lovely, but let me get on with it. And
97.
to be honest, I still miss him now. Still miss him now when I play pairs. I think, yeah, we had some good times together.
125.
We were good for each other, I think. I reeled him in a bit, and he brought me up a bit out of my shell.
100.
Calm and chaos sometimes go together hand in glove.
I think we see it here with Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. Very similar.
140.
Taming the tiger.
$140. Wales, you're back on 51.
51 required. Well, that's back-to-back
Game show
5-visit
the
legs to
fifth
Wales, so they
to
now lead
Wales.
3-2.
Yeah, back-to-back 51 shotouts
Sixth
as well
leg, it's
from
Wales
Parry.
to throw first. Game on.
That one's a break. Well, we're
60.
seeing Wales now start to make a run for the top of the tree. I know they're a bit lower in the table at the minute, but
57.
they can keep inflicting defeats on those above. They will soon be right in the mix.
$47.
Well, when the Netherlands lost their
43.
game to Canada, Sweden would have circled out this fixture as one to get themselves back on track, to get themselves back all square with
140.
the Dutch at the top of the standings.
93. $40.
Well, that's a bit of a slip, but how damaging is it going to be?
$58. $44. $30.
Well, this
Royals, you require 107.
would be some way to wrap it up. They do have 6 darts from here to the Welsh, and they're going to need all 6. It's going to be down to Kurt Parry to serve it out.
41. $81. Wales, you require 129.
Treble 20 leaves the ball to win it in style.
104. Sweden, you require 139.
Austin requires 10 more here. Be looking for the treble 20 to lead double top.
99.
And hits it nicely. So
25.
pressure applied from the Swedes now. It's all down to Burnett in this 25. I think we can see his reaction to that. Double 4 it is then.
17.
And it's on the outside. And
Sweden require 40. Game shot.
the Swedes level up and get the throw back. Important moments there.
7th and final leg at Sweden.
At the end of leg 6 in this one.
Game on.
He'll be ruining the big number miss, I think, there. That's what will be going through his head.
93.
But the one thing you can say about Richie Burnett, he is able to forget it as fast as it happens.
100.
The worst thing a dart player can do is think.
Sure is.
Which sounds
58.
like a stupidly moronic thing to say, but it is absolutely true. In a precision sport, the ability to shut everything off to the back of the mind is so important.
66.
As Bobby George has always said, look at what you're throwing at, throw at what you're looking at. Whatever you do, don't think.
$59.
I'm a firm believer that dartitis is a thing of where you're overthinking. I think it's a performance enhanced type thing that happens to you when you're not performing. So then you start overthinking. How have I got the dart?
97.
Am I stood in the right place? Am I leaning forward right? Am I throwing it with the right pressure? So I feel that dartitis is a performance kind of enhanced thing on yourself. Because you're not producing what you want to produce. So your throw then starts to go all to pieces.
Well, there's a similar example of golf, isn't there, where when you have the yips, and part of that is down to that fear of releasing the shot, and part of that fear of taking the shot is
60.
You're so intrinsically thinking about the process that leads you to that moment where you take said shot.
Yeah, it's a performance anxiety, isn't it?
180. Sweden record 134.
There's nothing anxious about that. The second max of the game, and it forces this 1-3-4 to go. He's found the first double top. He's got the second double top, and that was magnificent. Absolutely excellent from Andreas Harrison, and a real crusher for the Welsh. Well, he and Anton Ersling can only smile and laugh at the excellence of that man, who just constantly does great stuff on this particular stage. Now that's another moment to add to his highlight reel. Another big match-winning effort. And that puts them to the top of the group table. 4-3 to Sweden after game 6. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of play on the second day of the second international pairs. Before the break, we saw Sweden get the better of Wales by 4 legs to 3. Scotland beat South Africa 4-2, and Canada beat the Netherlands 4-1. It means that the Swedes are now at the top of the Group A table. 10 points for both them and the Netherlands, but they get the jump because of their superior legs difference. And then after that, Canada and Scotland both on 8. Wales are the team that have lost ground today. They won their first match, but defeat before the break means that they are a couple behind a Group B spot and 4 behind winning the group. South Africa yet to pick up a win. Game number 7 is a meeting between Scotland and Canada. A win for either of these two nations will move them on to 10 points, level with the top teams in the group. But perhaps importantly and pertinently as well, it would open up a gap and a buffer between them and the team below. And how crucial that could be perhaps in the race for Group B position come Thursday and Friday, we perhaps may find out within due course. Canada, well, they've been the team of the day so far. They've beaten each of the top 2 in their opening couple of matches. They kicked off their session with a 4-3 win
first.
against Sweden. A real
Game
topsy-turvy game. A game which sort of missed a lot of darts at a double, but able to get the job done and put it all right in the end. And then they were absolutely
100.
magnificent against the Netherlands. Average just under 95, 4 from 5 in terms of their doubling. Look, we call Tuesday moving day, Scott, don't we? And it's the Canadians that are making their move on this second day of action.
Yeah, it is. And if they want to continue that, they're going to have to
91.
beat the guys in front of them all day. And
100.
this one was a bit of a shocker for them yesterday. This was a 4-1 result in the favour of Scotland, and we kind of didn't see that coming the way that Canada had been playing yesterday. But I think they're a different Canada today. They look a little bit more confident.
100.
Second day in. Marshall's used to all the surroundings. And like you say, I think they're growing as a pair as well.
100.
Well, Scotland first to finish, but Canada, with a couple of triples here, can leave themselves at a 2-darter.
96.
Well,
Scotland to
open for
120.
interpretations, all gone with throw this opening leg. Both left on 120 after a dozen. That was very lucky. That would have been very good because the bed was obscured.
120.
Yeah, just caught the flight, didn't it? And nearly made a mess of the whole lot. And he's just commenting on that to Scott Campbell behind.
60. Scotland require 40.
Tops of Campbell.
Game shot on the
makes
first
no mistakes. Not for the first time today. He's found that in the top left-hand corner.
Second leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
Top bins, top dart. Some swaz on that.
180.
That first dart, when it hits for Dawson like that, you're just expecting big score after big score. He's such an FDM like that. Hang on. Hang on a second.
180.
And it always seems to be against the Scots when the 9-dart attempts are on offer. Canada looking to make history. But Dawson Michelle can't go past dart 7. It seems to always be against Scotland that everybody is putting in the best stuff.
Yeah, the Scottish are nice like that.
180. Canada
Potential 10-darter. However, if he doesn't take this out...
Game shown the second leg.
Don't worry about it. 1-1.
Canada.
He had to take that out with 12 darts to break the foe. Otherwise, Scotland could have been back to pick their pockets. Those are the averages. Some game of darts.
40. $140.
Yeah, nicely filled up from Dawson. And a very saviour of a dart there for Campbell last dart.
$54. $180.
180, number 4 of this contest. And we're only in leg 3.
60.
This may well be Perhaps the beginning of the greatest pairs game we've ever seen on this stage. Thank you, Scott.
59.
I was saying yesterday about how Jeff Smith
81.
and Dave Cameron
Scotland
missed
record
a
158.
9-darter on myself and Dan Day in the World Cup in 2019 in Romania in the final, in the pairs final. We were 5-4 down in our throw, and they missed a 9-darter on our throw and won it 6-4.
Yeah, Jeff also World Cup singles champion, that all the way back in 2017.
134.
Fabian
Scotland
Pearce,
require
the defending World Cup champion, although
140.
won't be able to defend it because he's got a tour card. $82 remaining.
74.
Tops is left
Canada require 32.
if this does not go. These two are pushing each other to the brink.
Game shown
But
the
Jess
third
Smith,
leg
once
to
again,
Canada.
is up to the task.
Full flag, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
This is proper match play, this, Scott, isn't it? Both teams throwing everything at one another, posing questions and seeing who blinks first.
Yeah, that just about covers it.
100.
Now then, would you, Scott, like
81.
to know some fun facts about Canada?
Yeah, go on then. You're going to tell me it's cold out there, aren't you?
Actually, that was one of the stats, but
They play ice hockey.
97.
another one of the stats. You got any more?
No, I don't want to ruin you. Spoil it for you.
So Canada is the second largest country in the world
140.
after Russia, but only has 40 million people. It has more lakes than any other country. In fact, over 60%
96.
of the world's lakes are based in Canada. Canada has the longest coastline in the world, stretching over 125,000 miles.
90.
It's home to polar bears, grizzly bears, black bears, and even spirit bears, which is a bear which you can find in British Columbia. The beaver is its national animal.
58.
And you can find moose crossing signs on highways.
$65. Canada, you require
Say 125,000 miles of beach.
Of a coastline.
I was going to say, that's a lot of beach huts, isn't it?
$90. Scotland to record 125.
125 on offer for 2-2. If not, Canada are back for a 3-1 lead.
57. Canada, you require 60.
And it's Jess Smith with 16 hand, and you don't expect Scotland to come back in this leg. They're not going to come back in this leg. Canada lead 3-1.
No, really doing well here.
Scotland to throw first. Game on. $60.
Some more fun facts for you. Canadians consume more mac and
92.
cheese per capita than any other nation in the world. Their money smells like maple syrup. The new polymer bills have a smell
100.
of maple syrup on it.
Not like yours. Yours smells of moths.
Lacrosse is their official summer sport. Ice hockey, the official winter sport.
139.
And the world's largest hockey stick is in Duncan, British Columbia. 62.5 meters long.
22.
That was some big tree.
And one final one for you. In the city of Petrolia in Ontario, it is illegal to whistle in public.
60.
Also home
41.
to a Lego Dolphin as well. Is kind of, well, at least Vancouver is. Honestly, it's an amazing site. They have it just by the bridge in Vancouver, BC. I've
100.
been there. Absolutely beautiful, stunning part of the world, and genuinely some of the nicest people you could ever wish to meet.
40.
I mean, they're all like Dave Cameron and Jeff Smith.
Canada,
Honestly,
you require 110.
you seldom meet a horrible Canadian. They're just so nice. This would be so nice. But he's not going to finish off the 110 with ice and splice.
$134. Canada requiring 56.
Are those going to be the last darts from the Scottish in this match? The answer is yes, as Jeff Smith polishes off that lovely 56-20 for double 18. It's a 4-1 win for the Canadians. They really are starting to come into this tournament now. 94.04, that's the one to look out for. 50% on the 57% on the doubles. And when we return after the break, we will have the Netherlands taking on Sweden.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
midway through the session here in Portsmouth before the break. Canada got the better of Scotland by 4 legs to 1. That's 3 wins out of 3 for them. And now they're at the top of the group. And they will only be temporarily top because this meeting between Sweden and Netherlands will see who the pacemakers are going to be as we head towards the halfway stage. It looks like we're keeping Danny Van Tripe awake on this Tuesday afternoon. But the winner of this will move on to 12. They'll move to the top of the table and they will have control of proceedings going into the second half of this Group A. It's a mammoth match in terms of the context of this group. And in terms of today so far, who would you favour to win this contest? Because both are 1 win, 1 defeat.
I think this could be a bit of a sort of sticky game.
Netherlands to throw first.
Because they both know the importance of it. It'll go one of two ways here. It'll either go really brilliant and it'll be an absolute stonking game, or it will be a tough, sticky game where getting over the line is not going to be easy because they know the importance.
Well, the Dutch leave themselves on 4-4-2, which is quite ironic because they're a bit more of a 4-3-3 kind of nation, aren't they?
They are indeed. The Ruud Hullet way, sexy football.
85.
Meanwhile, that score looks like Sweden are playing with 10. But mind you, I suppose it'd be kind of in trend with the football at the minute, wouldn't
96.
it? If a big team were down to 10 without their big Swedish man providing the goods. I'm not mentioning what happened at St James's last night at all.
To be fair, I only saw the second half, so yeah, what an excellent goal to win it.
Oh,
what a finish from the young man.
85.
3 days shy of his 17th birthday.
Fun fact, youngest ever scorer for Liverpool in the Premier League.
57.
Do you know what? I remember who the other player was. It's just escaped my head.
140.
What, the youngest before him?
160.
Yeah. Wasn't it Michael Owen?
I think someone may have younger than Michael had done it. Maybe on like a last day of a season or something.
60. Sweden, you require 120.
Definitely youngest to score a hat-trick, Michael Owen. 100%. 120 here for Sweden. That's a decent guide. Tried to use it, was unable to.
42. The Netherlands, you require 100. Game shot the first leg to the Netherlands.
Takes out the ton to put the Dutch one up.
Second leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
That being the first ton plus finish for the Netherlands this week.
57.
Ben Woodburn was the player that I was thinking of.
180.
As Van Schie piles in the game's first max.
And whatever happened to him after?
Well, whatever's happening here.
140.
5 goes amiss for DVT. And Andreas Harrison chuckling at the back of the stage.
180.
That really was a chuckle from the beard, to be feared, as Ursland smacks in the second max of the leg.
65.
That was Anton's 4th max of the day. He only hit 3 all day yesterday.
60. The Netherlands, you require 116.
They got the ton of the first leg.
96.
Can't back it up with the 116,
Sweden,
much to
you
his
require
annoyance.
144. 100. The Netherlands require 20.
So 2 10s for Jimmy Van Scaife for 2-0. A couple of darts, a double five, go a begging, and so the Swedes will be back.
Yeah, this is big.
Game shown the second leg to Sweden.
Not the always orthodox way, 8 for double 18, but worked.
Third leg is the Netherlands to throw
for
first.
Andreas.
Well, Andreas Harrison has been a part of the Super Series furniture since we moved into this building,
43.
but unlike the types of sofas you could buy in Sweden, he's definitely not folding.
$140.
Okay, what you did there.
95. $140. $96.
Well, Östlund looking to kick on the Swedish revival. 140 there, leaves him on 81 after 9. This has been a real cracking contest so far.
140.
Fitting of the top 2 teams.
81. $59. The Netherlands
got himself a
require
dart at it, but
127.
Will Östlund be back for the double 11? Yes, he will be. So
59.
Chance
Sweden
to break the
require
throw
22.
here. And what's an awkward double? Will he split it?
Game shot.
No, he doesn't split it.
To Sweden.
Takes it out is what he does.
Full flag, it's Sweden to throw first.
Now with the darts and the momentum and the confidence. Can the Swedes hold throw?
$100.
So Danny's found a spot at the back of the stage which works for him. We're kind of seeing from a few players as Scaife piles in a maximum turn there, where they're kind of getting a little bit clustered towards that side of the stage. Danny's actually moving over towards the other side, towards near where the main camera is, to give himself a bit of space, his own breathing space.
100.
I say that, and then he moves straight to the back of the hockey in the opposite direction. Ah, there you go.
$57. Sweden require 164. $104. The Netherlands require 167.
So 167 for Danny Van Tripe isn't on the agenda. And so
93.
The Swedish pair looking at 60 to open up a 2-leg gap. Oh my goodness.
Score.
Well, that was a mess from first to last. He missed the ball with dart 1, busted it with dart 2, and it presented the Dutch here with effectively a free hit opportunity of this 74.
And if it goes, that will hurt immensely.
34. Sweden
How have they got away with it? And Harrison will prefer this 60 because of the way his darts sit into the board.
Game shot on the 4 flag to
Just
Sweden.
like that. And I tell you what, I don't know whether you saw it at the back of the stage, but Jimmy Van Scaife just gave Anton a little bit of a a tap on the shoulder there, just to say, chin up, son. It's a serious competitor, very serious competitor is Jimmy Van Scaife, but he's got a very humanistic side about him as well.
Makes up for the mistake with that 180 in this leg.
Absolute full credit. His first throw after that, after everything that happened in the previous leg, he kicks off with a 180.
$89. $57.
And Sweden here have overturned the throw. They got 6 darts and 2-3-2 to wrap this up 4-1 and to put themselves
96.
in full command of this group. However, Danny Van Tripe has something to say about it. Changes the whole complexion of this leg.
96.
But if they don't take the 64, they probably lose this match.
Game shot in the 5th.
Oh, what a dart.
To the
Netherlands. And you consider the position of dart 2 and you consider the consequence of that miss. That was a tremendous dart from Jimmy Van Scaife. Still in the game and forcing Sweden to serve it out.
And this is where the belief in each other comes in right now.
100.
Minimum requirement for the situation from Osland was a ton. Had to get off with a treble.
140.
Here come the Dutch.
Well, effectively, Anton forced Jimmy Van Scaife to do exactly what he's just done.
45.
And that's a slip which has opened up the door, and Danny Van Tripe will look to take full advantage of it.
76.
Big last dart.
Yeah, under the circumstances, very much so. Throw is well and truly turned, and the pressure on Osland here to hit a big treble of
59.
significance, and it doesn't go. An on-treble visit.
$100.
Van Tripe just doing enough there, but he would have wanted more with the first treble in the 60.
$41. $55.
They're in an okay position, but if Anton Ursland was to punch in a couple of trebles here, it would make life very interesting. I was unable to do so. He needs to find one to leave and finish.
60.
And so all of a sudden, from 3-1 behind, the Dutch have 6 and 130 to take us the distance, to take us the full course.
$90.
Yeah, brave attempt from Van Scaife, but Van Tripe is going to get back.
135.
There will be a certain amount of pressure on the 40.
Game shot on the 6th flag to the Netherlands.
Well, credit has to go where credit's due. The Netherlands looked as if they had their back well and truly against the wall from 3-1 behind.
Game on.
But they have dug in, pulled in a couple of decent legs, and now have the darts to win this match and to put themselves back to the summit of the group. Remember, the winner of this leg will go 2 points clear at the top of Group A.
$57. $85.
Once again, a good last from Van Tripe.
$91.
Going to say desperately needed a treble there, the Swedes.
100. $59. $58. $100.
$39 scored for Jimmy.
58.
Had to persevere and couldn't find a way through. Leaves himself, or leaves his partner, shall I say, on 140. What can Anton leave Andreas?
45. An avalanche require 140.
Teams in pretty similar situations. Van Trijk first to the board. He's not going to take out the 140. In the previous game, Andreas Harrison hit a timely 134.
149.
Is he going to find a 149? No is the answer.
45. The Netherlands require 127.
The 127 to win the game. The 127 to win the game.
102.
Bullseye clipped.
Sweden require 104.
comes back. Looking at 104. It's not to be.
46.
So Van Trijk returns.
Netherlands require 25.
And it's double 8 to win it. And he only needs one dart to cross the line. And that means the Netherlands are now 2 points clear at the top of the table. A huge result in the context of this group. A damaging defeat, perhaps, potentially, for the Swedes. They led the game 3-1. But then the Dutch rallied off 3 on the spin to win. Coming up next, Wales takes on South Africa.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. Got to be 19th for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
12 nations going toe-to-toe for the second international pairs title. Netherlands are defending the crown that they won back in May when they defeated the Welsh in the final. And they take on South Africa in game number 9 of the session. Feels like a game rather more suited for a Rugby World Cup environment than perhaps a darting stage. In fact, the Rugby World Cup's happening at the moment, isn't it, in England? The Women's Rugby World Cup, the opening weekend of that has come and gone. England had a very good start. They're the massive favourites to win that trophy at Twickenham in a few weeks' time. But what's going to happen on the Oki?
First leg, it's Wales.
That's the question on everybody's minds.
You talk about the Ladies World Cup. There's a little known fact about myself. I have 2 cousins that were in the World Cup winning team back 30 years ago.
What?
Yeah. Emma Mitchell and Jane Mitchell both played in the World Cup winning team when they won their first. Yeah.
How have I only found this fact out? Now, that is a fun fact.
Absolutely. They talk about George Cohen winning the football
60
in 1966 and Ben Cohen winning the World Cup with the rugby. Yeah, they won the twin sisters.
And there was me thinking about going on a rugby segment. I don't think that's going to get topped. I don't think that's going to get topped for anything.
94.
Yeah, I hadn't been in contact with them for years, and we're in contact again now, so it's all nice. Yeah.
Yeah, the rugby at the weekend. Wales lost 38-8 to Scotland, while South Africa got their campaign up and running with a 66-6 win against Brazil.
Didn't know Brazil played rugby.
140.
They're doing the ladies.
Wales,
Wales looking to draw first blood here. 72 required for Kurt Parry, double 12. He's not found, but time on his side because the South Africans haven't quite got out the gate just yet.
100. Wales, you required 24. $21. South Africa, you require 98. $58. Wales, you require 3.
They say you can't go any further than 1-1-1.
No score.
And that dropping low means that South Africa have an opportunity to pinch the throw in this game.
Game shown the first leg to
Nicely
South
done
Africa.
by Gabrielle.
It's not about how you start a leg, it's how you finish it.
Second leg,
and that
it's South Africa to throw
classic case
first.
and example of
Game
that.
on.
Would you like some fun facts about Wales and South Africa when it comes to rugby?
I have a feeling I have no choice.
You have absolutely no choice whatsoever. Oh my. What a start for Kurt Parry.
180.
We'll save it for a minute. Let's see what Richie Burnett can do here. Going to get past dart 4. So, the record between them in the rugby is very dominant from the side of South Africa. They've won 35 out of 43 particular meetings. The biggest ever win for South Africa was 96-13 back in 1998 and won the most recent game
140
between the pair last autumn. They went on a run of 16 consecutive wins between 2000 and 2014. And Wales have only ever won in South Africa once. That was back in 2022, a 13-12 win in Bloemfontein. Burnett was looking for the 25 to leave himself double 18, was unable to get.
Bloemfontein being one of the 3 capitals of South Africa.
Which we found out during our amazing Fun Fact series.
Indeed. See, it all goes in with me, Henry. I'm not listening.
4.
I'll tell you what we haven't had today yet, Scott. And that's your infamous agricultural teaser.
I haven't got one of those today at the moment.
44. Wales, you require 4. Games on the second leg.
Found
2 Wales.
Wales back on terms at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Wales to throw first.
And it looks like Kim and Devon Peterson are enjoying one another's company. Devon trying to do one thing that will definitely offset Richie Burnett's game. And that is to stand in front of a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah, there's a bit of kidology going on here. With Devon trying to block Richie from the speaker.
Can I just say, it's that insane, but because it's Richie Burnett, we're just talking about it as if it's normal.
15.
If it was any other player, you'd be thinking, what on earth are we on about?
He's gone back to the speaker because he needs the speaker right now.
81.
Just having a look at Devon at the back of the stage. We know one thing that he does do a lot is he thinks and emphasises the throw. And at this present moment in time, it looks like things are just beginning to go a little bit awry for him. Doesn't look comfortable, does he?
Nah, there must be some confusion there for him because quite clearly
180.
He has swapped his setup from the 3 flight to the 4 flight.
50. Wales, you require 70.
System on his dart barrel.
Games on the third leg to Wales.
Well, that was cleanly taken by Kurt Parry.
4th leg,
and as you can see in the background there, trying to find that grip point, that release point, whatever you want to call it. But I also wonder as well that this could be absolute insanity in what I'm about to ask you here, Scott. But because he's gone from a 3-wing flight to a 4-wing flight, does he always have to adjust the throw as well? Because there's going to be a different angle which the dart's going to go through the air, right?
Different angle, a little bit more drag in the air. The tri-flight goes through the air a lot quicker than a floor-sided flight does. So, yeah, there will be a little bit of an adjustment.
60.
So you will have to pitch the dart in a slightly different place.
60. 60. 60. 60. 83.
Of course, Andreas Harrison being here means he's not at the Pro Tour. He's actually had some success this year. He's made a quarter-final on that particular circuit.
60.
In fact, Scott Campbell would have been one of the eligible players to have played on that this week. However, playing in the international pairs
100.
at the Super Series was actually meant for players like David Davis, a first ever go at a Pro Tour event.
And you couldn't say it's a better time for him to be called up to the big ranks.
Yeah, champion on Saturday. Former world champion. He's looking at Totso 113.
93.
And that's kind of been Burnett's miss today, has it? It's been just that little bit low, that little bit pulled.
$32. Wales require 20.
So parry 2 10s for 3-1. When he's been at the board going for doubles, you just trust that they're going to hit. And that's exactly what's happened there. He's looked the most likely in that particular department.
Fifth leg, it's Wales to
puts Wales 3-1 to the goods.
$32.
In fact, Jensen Walker's in the Pro Tour today, taking on Wessel Nyman in the first round. Former champion Darius Labanauskas taking on Peter Wright. Mervyn King takes on Richard Vainstra. Jemai van den Heer against George Killington.
100.
David Davis takes on Thibaut Tricol of France. Stefan Belmont up against Karol Sedlacek.
45.
Jack Tweddle up against Brendan Dolan. Bo Greaves, Mickey Mansell.
140.
Yeah, what a weekend she had in the ladies' series.
And then that game yesterday with Luke Littler. I don't know whether you had the opportunity to see it, Scott, but it was an absolute corker. Average 102. Took Luke all the way and forced him to do some special things to win that contest.
140.
Yeah, I suppose she's not frightened of playing Luke. They've been around the youth game a little while, and that was when sometimes some of the events the girls played the boys because there weren't enough entered.
100. Wales require 89.
Particularly on the WDF side of it.
Well, certainly no fear there.
49.
He met in the Isle of Man youth back in 2019. Back when Luke was, I think, about 12. But Wales here, tops for the match. And a win which would put them on to 8 points. Keep them on the coattails of the top teams in this group. For South Africa, it looks like another damaging defeat as Burnett puts the seal on the game by pinning double 10, completing a 4-1 success over South Africa, who are still yet to get off the mark in this second edition of the international pairs. But for Wales, they find themselves now on 8 points. Coming up after the break, it is the Netherlands up against Scotland. Wales got the better of South Africa by 4-1. The game before was the biggest game of the day so far, as the Netherlands got the better of Sweden in the last leg, decided 4-3. And then prior to that, Canada beat Scotland by 4-1. This is how the table looks going into the final couple of rounds of matches. The Netherlands have a 2-point buffer from now Canada, who've been the big movers today. Them and Sweden both on 10, Scotland, Wales on 8, and South Africa, well, they are at the bottom of the pile in this group. Next up for us, we're going to see the Dutch in action up against Scotland, and you already feel for Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton, if they're going to stand a chance of winning this group, it all relies on this game. Loses this one, then there'll be a 6-point gap between the teams and a fair bit of a gap in terms of league positions as well, and you'd get the sense that maybe their chances would be over as Jimmy Van Schie decides to have a little bit of a laugh and a joke with Owen Binks on stage. Robert Thornton found the funny sides of it. Four very jovial characters on the stage, and all last now, but as soon as Owen Binks calls the all-important words of game on, will the atmosphere in that auditorium change? Owen, one of the best officials that the world of darts has to offer, a man who's refereed on many a big stage over his career.
First leg is the Netherlands to throw first.
Robert Thornton gives Danny Van Tripe a bit of a ticking off before we get underway. All jovially, of course.
Yeah, it looked that way, didn't it? It looks... I did comment yesterday how I'd been in the players' room yesterday before play started,
100.
and the jovial banter had started. It seems a very happy
26.
players' room, let's say. Everybody pleased to be seeing one another again.
140.
And we did say if that actual friendships started to come to the stage, we would have some stonking games, and we did yesterday.
140.
Yeah, just be careful not to get too well acquainted with Robert Thornton, because you all remember that game at the World Cup, don't we, where he had that big slap in the back of the head from John Henderson. I think he had whiplash after
137. The Netherlands require 121.
It's a Dutch off to the quicker start. 6 and 1, 2, 1. Van Tripe will be left on 64 when he returns. One thing I would say about Scotland so far today is they've shown decent moments, but it's felt a little bit in and out today. It's not felt consistent. Whereas these guys have just been leaving one another on decent finishes after about 12, 15 darts all day long. Always been there or thereabouts. Now, he had a similar 8-8 situation in his previous game. Managed to find from a difficult angle. And he does exactly the same there.
To the Netherlands.
Yeah, nicely done from Jimmy.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
I noticed where the Scotland team were alternating the throws yesterday. Today they seem to have stuck with Thornton throwing first.
125.
I get the sense they're a team that I think they'll just go with the flow a little bit. They won't be offended if someone throws first at some point, someone throws second. They kind of put that to the door, and I think
80.
they'll just, as the week goes along, work out the strategy that will probably work out best for them.
100.
And we saw when he played at the World Cup, Robert, the beaming pride he had to represent his country.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally get that. There's nothing bigger than representing your country in darts. Yeah, it's lovely winning individual honours for yourself, but when you're asked to go and put the flag of your country on your back. You just beam with pride, and it's not big just for you, it's big for your family, your friends. It's just, yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, 74 remaining for Danny.
79. Scotland require 100.
Thornton looking at a ton. Beautiful guide for the treble, but he's going to look at tops.
40. The Netherlands requires 63.
Yeah, Jimmy, just checking there that he hadn't bust his score. Double 16 now.
31. Scotland requires 60.
I think that break kind of affected him, having to check. Campbell then 60 incoming. Then top left-hand corner.
$40. The Netherlands require
Rare miss
32.
from him.
So 216 to Danny Van Tripe. Double 8. Big moment, big dart, potentially a big miss.
Scotland require 20.
But Thornton could not take advantage of it. And so Van Schie will return
8.
for 2 fours, for 2 zip, and for the break and full control. Double 2.
Game shown the second
Found in the corner last
to the
dart.
Netherlands.
Yeah, just when you think you're getting a chance to go back at it.
Third leg gets the Netherlands to throw first.
The door gets
Game
well
on.
and truly closed in your face with the last dart.
$85. $76. $60. $66.
4 players on that stage. Now, we know Robert Thornton isn't one that wants to head back to the rigmarole of tour life. But of the other 3, how many realistically
59.
of them could get a tour card come the beginning of 2026?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it, really?
83.
There are only so many to go round. With numbers now
100.
European Q school. The numbers seem to be dropping here in the UK for actual cards. And one could say it's slightly more difficult when you look at the averages to get cards in the UK than it is maybe at the one in Europe.
I think a lot of people reckon it's going to be sooner rather than later that Jimmy Van Schie plays in the professional rank, so that this could be his last year at the Super Series. This could be a big shot.
135.
For the double 18 miss for the 153.
The Netherlands requires 66.
And it wouldn't surprise you in the slightest if this man bounced back.
Game shot
as
the
he
third leg.
puts the
to the
Netherlands into a 3-0 lead.
Full flag, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
And I just wonder whether, like Connor Scott, if maybe having that year of
45.
tour may actually long-term be beneficiary to Danny. Just putting everything in perspective, and then maybe when he comes back, if he was to get a card again, say, in January, he'd be a better player for it.
140.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I agree. But
125.
we were mentioning Andreas Harrison earlier as well. You know, how come he hasn't got one? Stefan Belmont, you mentioned earlier, who's going to be here later in the week,
45.
playing some lovely stuff. Didn't have the best of challenge tours last weekend, but one little blip.
41.
One bad day doesn't make a winter, and so there are a few names out there at the minute where you think Kurt Parry's another one. You know, they're all going to be in the mix, aren't they, come January?
Yeah, it was a bit of a stinker at the weekend for Stefan Belmont on the Challenge Tour, but somebody you expect to come here and have great success.
Was he looking over his shoulder at the table, and where he was sat at the table, was he playing it slightly different because of that? And it does. I've been at that top end of the Challenge Tour. The rewards of getting a card without having to go to Q School are so high, it's very difficult not to overthink it.
And that's the difference as well. And I think we've seen it from the likes of Wesley Brazier, who had a very good year last year off the Tour and Pro Tour events. But then suddenly when you've got ranking points to protect, he's had a year which hasn't quite gone to plan.
100.
Well, ton for Jimmy leaves. Van Tripe on 56 if Campbell's unable to apply the finishing touches to the 94. He's going to get a dart. A double 16.
62.
That was to keep the game going. This could bring it to a close, and quite comprehensively too. It's double top for Danny Van Tripe. Double top is found. And that is a commanding 4-0 win to the Netherlands. It moves them on to 14 points. It probably puts Scotland out of play now in terms of winning the group. That the tail of the tape. The difference really, the 7 missed darts and a double the Scottish pair had. Next up, Canada takes on Wales.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy, £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title,
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the Netherlands are very much in the driving seat now as far as this Group A is concerned. A 4-0 win against Scotland before the break means that they are now on 14 points, 4 clear of Canada, 4 clear of Sweden. But the pairing of Dawson Michelle and Jeff Smith have an opportunity to close that gap in half if they can get the better of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. Now, you get the sense that if Canada win this game, you're beginning to see a separation of two different halves of the table, particularly when you consider Sweden got to play South Africa in the next game. Because what you'd see happen is you'd have the top three probably jostle it out for first place, and then the bottom three will probably know that tomorrow they're just going to get themselves in play ahead of a Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
Game on.
So it's also Michelle to get the game underway for Canada in their red shirts with a white trim on the right sleeve. Easy for me to say. Whilst Wales in the red shirts with the black trim on both sleeves.
I think you're white.
Who's going to get the W, Scott?
Good question. I think this one's got another 4-3 written all over it for me.
45. $100.
Don't forget that on Pluto TV on Sunday, we're going to have bonus darts for you from the Influencer Darts events, the 5th edition of the Red Dragon
140.
Darts Showdown will take place. I'm sure timings of that will be announced in due course. That's all live on Pluto TV Sunday afternoon into your Sunday evening. So you've got a nice little bonus darting treats for you. I believe Richie Burnett is one of the participating players in that. I'll have a little scan through the lineup for you in the
60.
Next leg.
$68. Canada, you require 56.
Parry a bit unlucky there after a nice first start. Yes, it was close, Jeff, to the treble 20. This is how he closed out the last match they played. And he opens up the next match with exactly the same way for the 56 shot. A little chuckle between Dawson and himself there about how close he was to the 56. Does he realise he's being a blocker between Richie Burnett there and the speaker, Jeff Smith? I'm not sure that he does.
I think he'll find out very quickly because he'll get the wrath of Richie Burnett. Yeah, just to dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of the Influencer event. The 5th one on August the 31st. The influencers include Jack Mate off of the podcasts, Cole Anderson, Owen Binks' best mate. Ooh, I have a famous friend. The Whole Boy, Ben Gibbs, Dan Coates from the Ball Hitters, Finn Galdins, Bailey McNamara and Alfie Indra. The dart players, Adrian Lewis, Steve Beaton, Richie Burnett, Alex Spellman, Ollie Howard, Devon Peterson, Jaden Walker, the youth sensation, and Robert Thornton. Phil the Power Taylor is going to be on commentary duty. And it's going to be played with 8 pairs of 1 pro and 1 influencer, but 2 teams of 4. And at the end of that, 1 team will end up winning. And the action will be live on Pluto TV from 12 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. So do mark your card for that.
$50. Wales, you require 144. $54. Canada, you require 160.
So 160 for Dawson. Another. Just wide. You could see what he's trying to do there. Use dart 1 as a marker, just glide on the other side.
Yeah, glanced off the wrong side of the barrel, didn't he there? Bit unfortunate. Has left Jeff 38 though, all the same. Which is enough pressure to force Burnett into a mistake.
59. Canada required 38.
The mistake has come from Burnett. Smith splits. And we saw him do it, didn't we, to win the Champions Week.
Leg.
Split the 18, 10 double 4 in the last leg with 25 grand on the line. So he was always going to split a 38 for a measly second leg on a Tuesday afternoon in the middle of Portsmouth. Dawson's beginning to click, and that spells danger for everybody.
96.
Yeah, that's his fourth 180 of the day. He only hit 2 all day yesterday. So he's been doubly good today.
99.
Got a big beaming smile on his face from ear to ear. Very much enjoying being
60.
back on the big stage. As Jeff Smith said, effectively taking him out of retirement to play in this competition. A little bit Happy Gilmore-like. Just about the backstory. Sorry to spoil the film if you haven't watched the film yet, by the way.
$82. Canada require.
It is a good
82.
film, recommend watching. Anyway, 82 left after 9 for Jeff Smith.
62.
That would have been a 12 darter.
$99. Canada, you require 20.
So 2 10s for Dawson Michelle.
16.
Just a touch too far inside. This will be a massive 164 here. Another one of those. Not to be.
92. Canada, you require 4.
So double 2 for Jess Smith.
Two. Wales, you require 72.
Let's have a good opportunity for the Welsh here to get back in it. 20 for tops for Burnett.
Game shot.
And he takes the opportunity.
To Wales. Full flag, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
1 dart left and taken with conviction. Back to 2-1 it is.
140.
I do want to get your perspective on Jeff Scott, because I haven't had the chance to speak to you since Champions Week. Now, you played Jeff in a World Championship semi-final back at the Lakeside
56.
10 years ago. When you consider all the things that he's done on the BDO circuit, in terms of what he did, in terms of his life on tour, winning North American Championships and that, did it feel like winning
60.
that title, that Super Series title, was that major breakthrough, that major triumph that perhaps was the one thing his career was lacking?
Yeah, I think it probably was. And I also think
57.
that had Jeff, say, been UK-based or whatever for a majority of that 10 years, I think he would have achieved an awful lot more. But we have to remember, you know, he was running a good business at home, and kind of that went wrong when, I don't know if you knew, he was running a body shop and that caught fire and all the problems with that. So he's had bits going on within his life during that period of time that maybe has taken his sort of eyes off the prize a little bit, understandably. But yes, and I think we never appreciate how much more difficult it is from Canada to be able to do the things that we maybe see a British type-based player would do with the same ability.
58. Wales, you require 120.
Because it is a big sacrifice for what potentially could only be a couple of years.
It's an awful lot of travelling time. It's an awful lot of air
105.
miles. We've seen it previously with John Part. and how difficult that was in the PDC, but that's with a guaranteed card. Jeff hasn't had that. You know, he's been battling away and battling away, and he deserves something like that
20.
Super Series win. He really does deserve it.
And of course, it dangles the Global Championship carrot in his direction.
No
He'll be playing
score.
in that come December.
Canada, you require 130.
But he has an opportunity here to take out the 130 to open up a 3-1 lead. Couldn't find a way above, and so
90.
Wales will be
require
back for
20.
level game, having trailed this match 2-0.
Game's on the 4 flag to Wales.
And so from
Fifth leg, it's Canada to throw
from looking like a 3-0 lead
Game
here and scoring a few doubles, the Welsh have now clawed their way back to 2-2, and the momentum is quite clearly with them.
57.
We've seen a few of these games, haven't we, which have had some ebbs and flows and peaks and troughs, and two-leg leads becoming
100.
almost immaterial.
58.
Jess Smith actually joining the Irish pair of John O'Shea and Niall Cullerton in qualifying. They qualified through the Ireland rankings at the weekend, so congratulations to the pair for that. The field is beginning to build up quite nicely for that event, which takes place here in December at the Modus Live Lounge. That's our next big major event.
99.
Straight off the back of the next Champions Week. We also have a couple of other afternoon events in the ADC in October and November. I'm sure we'll be able to update you on that as time goes along.
$180.
As Jess Smith piles in the game's second max, Canada's second max, to leave his side on 107 to go 3-2 up.
140.
Yeah,
Canada,
6 maxes between them, the Canadian pairing, in comparison to the 3 they had yesterday. 18 for 32 here and a 3-2 lead. Wires it, but it does mean that Smith will be back at 8-8 with the Welsh back on 172.
140.
Parry has reduced that fairly well to 32. You always feel with Jeff in these situations,
Game's on the 5th leg.
he's very cool,
Canada.
calculated and calm, and polishes that
6-legged
8
Wales
off.
to throw first. Game on.
Senior player in the partnership by 20 years from him and Michelle.
139.
Thank you for saying that. But he's been around an awful long time now, Jeff, and been in that situation hundreds of times that he was just found himself in.
180.
180 number 3, and Canada just beginning to flex their muscles somewhat.
Yeah, 180 number 5 for Dawson.
135. 134.
It's beginning to bubble up this game, bubbling up towards the line. Have we got one more leg in it? Because that 140 for Kurt Parry leads Burnett on the 2 data when he returns. But how much pressure could Dawson Michelle apply here?
50. Wales, you require 87.
What was it Paul Daniel says? Not a lot.
Does that make me Debbie McGee?
Surely does.
47.
You're not the one that
Canada,
needs to
you
rabbit
require
out of the hat at the
137.
minute. It's the Canadians.
Well, this would be some way to win it. Treble 16 with dart 2 not found, and so Wales will be back for it tops
121. Wales, you require
to take
40.
us all the way.
Game
And
shot
once
the
again,
sixth
a
leg
3-1
to
scoreline
Wales.
has become vulnerable. 2-0, 3-1.
7th and final leg.
The
It's
Canadians
Canada
led
to
in
throw
this
first.
game, and now we go
Game
the
on.
whole hog, the whole 7.
And who has the momentum?
56.
You have to say probably Wales at this moment in time.
59.
I mentioned Jess Smith's qualification. Kurt Parry's also going to be at the Global Championship because of his exploits on the Championship Tour.
100.
We'll see Danny Van Tripe there. Devin Peterson, of course, the defending champion of that
180.
competition. As Dawson Michelle piles in another max. Canada have had 4 in this game.
115.
And the timing of it couldn't have been any better because it means that Jess Smith has 6 of 206 to wrap up the points.
60.
And it would pretty much put Wales out the race to win this group. It would be a 3-horse fight for 1 spot.
Hold on a minute.
140.
Well, that could change
Canada,
the
you're at
complexion of the leg
146.
because Wales are on a 2-darter. Should get at least a dart at the ball when they come back.
Yeah. 124. Wales, you require 87.
Yeah, good thinking from Michelle.
57.
Well, bullseye to win it
Canada
for Parry.
requires
Bullseye goes to
22.
begging. So 3 darts for Jess Smith. A double 11 to win it. 1. 1 in hand at double 4.
14.
Does not go.
Wales, you require 30.
Where's Burnett going here? Straight at it.
Go!
Straight at it indeed, and he takes it out for Wales.
To
And
Wales.
3-1 down. The Welsh inflict Canada's first defeat of the day. And Richie happy with that. Gives it the face. Looking back at the screen. Tidy average from both, 87 apiece. There really was nothing in it. We head into a short break, and when we return, we will have Sweden taking on South Africa.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Sweden take on South Africa in game 12 of 15 that we're bringing to you this afternoon live here on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Canada succumb to their first defeat of the day, losing out 4-3 to Wales. And despite the Canadian pair of Dawson Michelle and Jeff Smith hitting 4 180s between them in that contest. For South Africa, still looking to get off the board, get off the mark in this Group A campaign, and they take on a Swedish duo of Hammerson and Östlund, who are looking to move back to within a couple of points of the Dutch at the top of the table, having lost to them in their previous game by 4 legs to 3, having led that match 3-1. And so they're going to have to try and dust themselves down from that particular disappointment rather quickly. Well, they all look in good spirits. And that's actually one of the things you see with this
to throw first. Game on.
pairs format, and the national pride being at stake is, yes, there's a serious element to it. Of course there is, but it's nice to see the players enjoying the darts as well. And Devon Peterson giving Andreas Harrison's beard a stroke
57.
before we get underway. It's not like the... Is it the magic lamp in Aladdin that if you rub 3 times you get good luck, or whatever it is?
100.
Yeah, no, that's the magic speaker in it that you rub and get luck.
I don't know. So far today, I think Richie Bennett's been rubbing it up the wrong way. It was more of a token gesture than yesterday when he threatened to punch it. Our sound department had their heads in their hands. Shouldn't be sleeping on the job.
100.
But yeah, Devon was certainly friendly to Andreas before that, because before he stroked his beard, he was giving him a bit of a shoulder massage. I wonder what his rates are.
82.
But it's Devon that could do with a bit of a relaxation of the shoulders. You could tell that things were just getting a little bit tense for him in the previous game. He was having a couple of problems in terms of his throwing. You could see at the back of his stage he was trying to calculate everything out. But so far in this game, it's been all about Sweden. First to a finish, and should be able here to round off what would be a comfortable holder throw in the opening leg. Harrison looking at 62. He's going to get a dart at tops, of which he only needs the one to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg against South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Dev seems to be having a lot of fun with lots of players up there on stage today. Anton not being drawn in on any of it. He's staying super concentrated on what he's doing.
91. $60. 137. $100. 60. 60. 59.
Well, Carl looking to set Devon up.
60. Sweden require
1-2-1, which is, of course, the Andreas Harrison finish as he tries to get out of the way as quickly as possible. Perhaps the most famous finish that we've seen here, the 1-2-1, which Andreas Harrison hit to win a Champions Week final. Is he going to be hoisted by his own petard? But the 11 is not there.
Sweden require 59. $39. South Africa, you require 40. $20. Sweden require 20.
Oh, that's close. Go underneath it. Inside it and underneath it.
10.
Oh, went inside, but just
South Africa, you require
deflected off the flight. So, chance here for Dev to level things up.
No score.
Gives it the hard stare. Can't believe it didn't go in. Any dart inside of those two, you would have thought would have been in.
Second leg to Sweden.
Andreas, no messing around. Straight in.
Third leg, it's Sweden
Double
to throw
five.
first. Game on.
To be fair, the last time Andreas Harrison and Devon Peterson shared a stage, there was an awkward handshake moment. I don't really want to digress any further.
137.
I may have got rejected. Second time that's happened on a finals night. The other person to do it was Owen Bates.
100.
Yeah, and Owen told me he knew he was doing it.
That's because he's a nasty... He's actually a really nice kid.
135.
He is indeed, yeah.
Who I hope is not watching this right now because he should be preparing for a Pro Tour match.
121.
May not see him back here next year. Probably depends on how he finishes his challenge, Dev Tour season, shall I say. And
45.
he may need to be aided and abetted by his Bezzy in terms of keeping his card.
41.
Of course, that Bezzy being Cam Crabtree.
144.
Well, that 144 leaves Sweden on top, so they're just beginning to make their move here, Scott, aren't they?
121.
Yeah, they've had a little stumble first thing this morning, but now they're...
Game shot on the
got
third
their heads
leg
on,
to
got
Sweden.
back screwed on properly and go 3-0 to the good here
Fourth
against
leg,
South
it's
Africa.
South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Andreas didn't quite know what to do there, did he?
60.
One thing that this does do is it heightens social awkwardness.
100.
That's it. They're all back in line now, so they know where they need to be.
100.
It's like being back at school, isn't it? When the headmistress used to ring the bell. Walk to your lines.
100. 60. 97. 95.
Well, 6 starts here for Sweden to get over the line for us. I've had a little bit of a scare a couple of legs ago, but they put on the throttle in the previous leg, but kind of pitter-pattering now towards the finishing post in this encounter.
85. Sweden, you require 144.
So 144 for Earthland. Another. Doesn't go.
128.
But he's going to leave it very handy for Andreas if this isn't found.
Yeah, so Andreas
49.
will be back for double 8.
16.
And another 4-0 win. It is a 4-0 win for the Swedes as they maintain their assault towards the top of the table. South Africa left wanting again, and they've got to find some scoring from somewhere. Some sort of handshake gesture there between the Swedes. Probably the most untogether they've been all week. 82 average for them once again. It's all about the 4-0 win. We head into a short break, and when we return, it'll be Wales taking on the Netherlands.
So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're live as ever on the Pluto TV network of channels. And before the break, Sweden got the better of South Africa by 4-0. It's still the Netherlands, though, that lead the way. Their 4-0 victory over Scotland means they have a 2-point lead at the top of the table. And we can confirm that for you now. 14 points for them, 12 points for Sweden, 10 points for both the Canadians and the Welsh. Scotland on 8, South Africa still looking for that elusive win. So, into the final round we go. And we kick off with a meeting between Wales and Holland, which was the first ever PDC World Cup final when Mark Webster and Barry Bates were going toe-to-toe. While Danny Van Tripe is inspecting Richie Burnett's speaker. And I think pulled something out from there as well. And Richie Burnett is saying, right, stop moving my things. And now Jimmy Van Schaike's having an inspection, said speaker. I've got no idea what's going on. But I tell you what, I've got an idea for a devised game show here, Scott. Please stick with me on this. Please stick with me. Do you know the TV programme I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here?
Yes, I do.
Against Wales to go first. Game on.
I feel like we should do a reality programme similar to that, which is not that, because health and safety wouldn't let us do it, but involving Danny Van Tripe and Richie Burnett. And the plan is this. You put Danny and Richie in a house for a week as Jimmy Van Schaike piles in a 180 of his first scoring turn. Put him in a house. First of all, just put him in a house. There could be all sorts of shenanigans go on. But also, they got to take part in trials and challenges along the way. Because I think them two would be just as entertaining doing that as anything else.
Yeah, they probably would be.
80.
He's enough entertainment in here, to be fair. Without giving any challenges other than throwing darts.
But put it this way, between the pair, one's had
84
radiator water pot noodle and one's had to climb into a house that they've locked themselves out of.
$55.
Anyway, Van
The Netherlands require 157.
Doing what he's best at, and that's taking out big finishes. Just like 157. Well, that's an instant statement of intent.
Second leg is the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
A 12-dart start, and the Dutch are flying.
$81. $100.
They just seem to have the secret to the pairs
140.
Here. They're in sync with each other, they're in tune with another, and they win a lot together.
140.
And before you begin to ask where the fun facts are, we've got some more in the next leg for
60.
you. So you've got all that to look forward to in around about 90 seconds time.
94. $100. Wales should require 167.
Well, it was a 157 that got the Dutch going in the first leg. The 167 isn't going to draw Wales back level. And Ski this time
81.
looking to take out the
Netherlands
topper
require
to move
120.
2-0 to the good. Shots off, and so Wales will be back. May just be a dart at the ball, but a chance nonetheless to square this contest up.
Wales require 86. $48. The Netherlands requires 65.
For 2-zip.
25.
Chance gone.
Wales require 38.
That's awkward. Very awkward.
Yeah, nearly too close, wasn't it, with the first one for Burnett?
Require 40. Game on the second leg to the Netherlands.
Paczki finds the double 10. 2-0
Third leg
to
into
the
Wales
Netherlands,
to
much to the disgusted look on the face of Richie Burnett.
97.
He was not best pleased, and Jimmy Van Schie has tried to hold in a bit of a laugh there. Now, here's some fun facts about the Netherlands. And it is the Netherlands, not Holland. Only 2 provinces are called North Holland and South Holland. Netherlands is its official name. A third of the country is below sea level. Incredibly. There's
60.
more bicycles than people. Around 23 million bikes in Holland in comparison to 17 million people. With Amsterdam having more than 800,000 of them, with thousands being pulled from its famous canals
59.
every single year. Perhaps the least surprising stat is they're the tallest nation in the world. The average Dutch man stands at roughly 6 foot tall.
I've seen heaps of bikes at train stations. You tend not to take your own away because it's so far blocked in. You just take somebody else's away until yours comes back to a position where you can get at it, apparently.
60.
Very strange how it works out there. I wouldn't fancy buying a new bike and then parking it up. You might not get it back for 6 months.
No wonder they never put a stage of the Tour de France there.
60. Wales require 144.
Too confusing.
And before you ask what I'm on about, they do stage of the Tour de France not in France.
96.
It's actually held in Britain a couple of years ago. Also famous for its windmills, over 1,000 of them still in existence.
140.
So flat out there, you've got to generate power somehow, haven't you?
Game on the third leg to Wales.
Well, Wales are on the boards. Of course, the Orange
Fourth leg
Nation.
is the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
Dutch royal family is known as the House of Orange, hence a love for the colour orange, especially during King's Day and World Cup matches. And the
100.
Netherlands export more flowers than any other country in the world. About 80% of the world's tulips come from Holland, or the Netherlands, shall I say.
81.
And that is your fun facts.
140.
I'll let you judge whether they were fun or not.
I like the bike bit. That was quite fun. There's lots of bikes. Why would you need 23 million bikes for 17 million people? I don't know.
Because they all get nicked.
I suppose you have to own about 3 bikes at one time so you can try and get one of your own back.
140.
Danny Van Tripe's actually a bit of a fan of e-scooters. He's been seen
45.
riding around Portsmouth in some of them over his times in Portsmouth. Looking for the 1-2-1 here. Look at a double 18 to be his second tub plus. Check!
Game shot.
Check that out.
Leg to the Netherlands.
Blissful finishing.
Fifth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Which leaves the Welsh pair at a severe unease.
59.
Yeah, it does indeed.
$45.
2 more games after this. Scotland take on Sweden and South Africa take on Canada to round off the day's action.
140.
You could say the Netherlands are putting a stronghold back on the top of the group as we come to the end of the day. They've only been beaten today by Canada, who look to be making
123.
a surge towards the top of their own until they bumped into
56.
Harry and Burnett themselves and lost 4-3. just a couple of games ago. Halted their forward motion.
139.
Well, this has been a good leg of reply from Wales. They found their back firmly against the wall, but they've left themselves on a double after 12. Well clear in this leg. And we know that there's a susceptibility of a 3-1 scoreline today. It's happened a few times where teams have had that two-leg buffer, needing one to win, but it all go wrong.
100. Wales have required 20.
So 2 10s for Burnett to get back. Well, he was doing his best crab impression there. And that may be a sideways move.
The Netherlands require 160.
Well, it offers up the 160s of Van Tripe, and he's had 2 ton pluses already. Oh, is he going to make it 3?
100.
Got a little excited, didn't he? The big grin there on his face shows that he got a bit excited.
In golfing terms, that was a 4-low.
Game
That's
on the
4
fifth
points.
leg to Wales.
And the score now, 3-2.
Yeah, Parry didn't give one
The
iota
Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
about what Van Tripe had just done in front of him.
$140. $100. $43. $40.
Speak about Jimmy Van Schie almost having a second home in Portsmouth. Danny Van Truyt's beginning to get a bit of a reputation as a Portsmouth mainstayer now. Played in a couple of these, has played in the Champions League, played in week 12. He's playing at the Global Championship in December. He'll be clocking up as many matches on this stage as perhaps anybody in this calendar year. For that by winning the Benelux Trophy back in July.
43. The Netherlands
looking to pick up another trophy with his pairs partner Jimmy Van Schie, who's looking to find a third ton plus checker at the game. It'll win the game. They've got 6 to do so. And they're going to need the full quota. Van Tripe will come back for the match. He's going to have to spurn one before going for a match-winning double. But the Netherlands are in a dreamy position.
98. Netherlands requires 60.
For 16 points. And for full
40.
control. Tops and 10s
Wales
don't go.
80. Game shot
And on we go.
To Wales.
3 apiece. And now the momentum
7th
surely with Wales.
to throw first. Game on.
Look dead and buried 10 minutes ago. I'm not going to say that Richie Burnett looks lively now, but
30.
Not a good start from Kurt Parry.
So much so that Richie's got walkies early.
97. $59. 60. $98. $60. $41. $180.
Well, that could be the moment that just tilts the scales back in the favour of the Netherlands. At 180 for Danny Van Tripe leads them at 104, and they've got time, they've got space to see this game out. 16's the route for Van Schie. To give himself a match start, a double top. And that's a third ton plus checkout of the match for the Netherlands. And it means that the Dream Dutch duo are back to the summit of the table. They're going to have a lead going into the final day's worth of play. They won it last time, and they're in very good stead to progress through to the Saturday Showdown again. They are the premier pair in this format. Of that, there's no doubt. They win 4-3. Next up, it is Scotland up against Sweden.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy, £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Adrian Lewis marks his competitive return to the sport on Thursday night as he represents the England team at international pairs. He's going to be alongside Steve Beaton, the bronze Adonis, the 1996 champion of the world. And they're going to have some competition, that's for sure, because so far today we have seen some superb stuff. The Netherlands have retained their seeding at the top of the table. We're now going to watch Scotland and Sweden slug it out in game number 14 of the day. And for the Swedish duo of Harrison and Östlund, this is of must-win proportions. Win this one, they go within 2 points overnight, but if there was to be a Scottish win here, then there will be a guarantee that regardless of what happens in the final game, it will be a 4-point lead for the Netherlands going into the final day's worth of action, which you feel like
to throw first.
is too big a gap to try and make up. However, we have been here before. We have seen this story unfold. And Scott Campbell was left, right and centre to the unfolding melodrama when Wales temporarily went 8 points clear at the top of the last group A in international pairs and then squandered the lead.
$125.
Of course, Andreas has had success for Sweden, hasn't he? At World Cups and Europe Cups in the past, was a part of that superb Swedish side that played in last year's WDF Europe Cup.
Yeah, I got a funny feeling. He beat me and Cam in the pairs final, I think.
Yeah, he went absolutely crazy. They won the overall. So they won the overall tournament. They won the pairs. Andreas and Johan Engstrom.
95.
Indeed, you are correct. Beat yourself and Cameron Crabtree in the final. But
100.
Andreas must have really had the hex for him at that particular moment in time, because
58.
That was a couple of weeks after he beat Cam by hitting that 121 checkout.
On the bullseye.
Bullseye for the win, as Chris Mason famously put it.
30.
He's on the Pro Tour today. I tell you what, I tell you who is doing damage on the Pro Tour today. Bo Greaves again, because she is 5-0 up on Mickey Mansell.
$91.
In fact, the last player to beat Bo Greaves in a competitive game is Lisa Ashton at the World Match Play. Hasn't won a week this year, though, at the Super Series. Lost out to
45.
some bloke who spots.
Sweden never quite 80.
Bo Greaves has won 6-0, incidentally, in that game, as Harrison looks for double 5. For an opening leg break for the Swedes.
First leg to Sweden.
Any old double, no trouble for Harrison.
Sweden to throw first.
He's starting to find that form of 2024 again.
You could say, Scott, that Andreas Harrison is finding the Swede spot.
74.
You could indeed. But why on earth would you?
Well, it's the final round of fun facts for the day.
I'm really enjoying the ones today so far. What ones are we going for this time?
We've got Swedish fun facts that go beyond IKEA and ABBA.
Ah, I was just about to say, I know they won the Eurovision Song Contest.
26.
It's a land of lakes. Sweden has over 100,000 lakes, and 70% of its land is covered in forests. In summer part of northern Sweden, the midnight sun, or they experience the midnight sun, where the sun does not set for weeks. Now, they're a very inventive nation. They created Spotify, Skype, the pacemaker,
100.
the zipper, and dynamite.
With all those trees, you would have thought they'd had a wooden furniture company, wouldn't you?
97.
The Swedish alphabet has 3 extra letters. 2 A's with different ampersands on it and an O with a couple of dots on top. Here's an interesting one. The national Twitter account of Sweden used to be run by a different citizen each week, and the @ was @Sweden.
Sweden have a royal family as well, I believe.
40. Sweden have required 92.
And there are dedicated moose crossings.
$52. Scotland have required 135.
So 135 for Scotland to square up at 1 apiece. To P for
83.
Robert, and so
40.
Coming back for double top is Anton Östlund. To open up a 2-0 Sweden lead.
Third leg at Scotland to throw first. Game on. $60. $91. $57.
Scottish struggling to land a blow here. Looks to be all one-way traffic for the Swedes.
Just looks like they ran out a bit of petrol, don't they, the Scots, as the day comes to a close.
58.
If they're not careful, they're going to have to start the car.
$96.
At least they got one, I suppose.
40. $48. $123. $93.
Oh, 90 left for Andreas. When he comes back, may just be a dart at the ball.
55. Sweden require 90.
Didn't even contemplate the treble.
51.
The bullseye goes
Scotland
wide to the left.
108.
Beautiful second dart.
Game
Beautiful third dart.
leg.
Beautiful finish.
To Scotland.
And Scotland needed some kind of spark in this game.
Fourth leg at Sweden to
and
first.
that 108 could well be just the ticket. It keeps them ticking in the contest at least.
Yeah, it's his highest ton plus shot of the week. He's done a 104 and 100. That's Scott Campbell yesterday, and that's his first one of today. Quite an important one, gets him back in it.
60. $95. $30.
Matter of fact, just one more fun fact on Sweden. I promise one more. The Nobel Prizes are awarded in Stockholm every single December, all except for the Peace Prize. Although,
96.
admittedly, at our end of year do we have some Nobel Prizes given out, followed by a fantastic musical tribute act after.
140.
I hope the bloke that they booked last year for the musical numbers gets booked again.
134.
Did he get booked? I thought he just wandered in off the street.
Probably got sacked.
58.
Or getting the sack.
Sweden requires 76.
This is for a 3-1 lead for the Swedes.
16 for tops then.
36.
Harrison will return with the Scottish back on 213.
$177. Sweden requiring 40.
A nice visit to pressure the shot. Is that too close?
Game shot on the
No,
fourth
it's not.
leg to Sweden.
Used as a perfect guide for Andreas.
Fifth leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
So in this match, it looks like they've gone back with Campbell throwing first.
96.
Yeah, they're not a team afraid to switch up the order when they feel it's fit. There's no de facto skipper in this side. They'll just take it in turns and say, right, I'm feeling good this one, I'll throw first.
60.
Or possibly just switch the order how they feel fit and comfortable. Kind of saw that dynamic when Hendo played with Scott in the previous pairs event.
125.
But I think it's easier to do that in a pairing where you know each other quite well.
81.
Because you can be a little bit more forthcoming with your thoughts and be able to kind of say, right, I'll take the lead on this one, or I'll take a step back on this one.
Yeah, we were commenting about the WDF World Cups. Once you name your pair order, you cannot change it. You have to stay in that order the whole duration of the competition.
40.
I suppose for Robert, he probably thought the days of him representing his country had come and
81.
gone. Since losing his tour car, the WDF isn't a system that he plays in. Doesn't really chase tours anymore. And so probably the opportunity to wear that shirt again probably was something he maybe thought passed him by.
99.
Yeah, good chance. Yeah, maybe.
$40.
Big 20 missed there with the last start from Campbell, but Thornton found it amusing. I suppose it is amusing when your opponents are back on 220. So 19 for tops here then from Thornton.
$39. Sweden, you require 100.
A little bit too much beans off that one. Another one of those.
140. Scotland require
That
20.
was not far away. That was a good attempt. There's a glinting bromance beginning to
Game
be
shot on the
made
fifth leg
between
to
Andreas and Robert.
Scotland.
And they're going to have an opportunity to carry on
Sick flag, it's
getting
Sweden
to
throw
acquaint
first.
themselves with one
Game.
another, because this game's going to go on.
$60.
Definitely have plenty in common. Multiple winners in multiple arenas.
91.
Played for their country with distinction. Same barber.
More chance of having the same Barbie.
30. $97.
So Andre's going to be
60.
playing at Ali Pali, and over a best of 5 set format, he could be an awkward customer for somebody, particularly if he draws, say, a seed that's in a little bit of indifferent form going into the event.
99.
Yeah, indeed.
$60. $60.
See Mervyn King, who played in the first edition of the pairs, has lost out 6-5 to Richard Vainstra in Milton Keynes.
140. Scotland, you require 154.
Ursland gave that some beans, didn't he?
He knew they needed it to get themselves back in it. They're on throw. And the Swedes hadn't hit a treble for 3 visits, so
94.
needed that to catch up.
Sweden, you require 151.
Well, this is for the win. Andreas missed double top off the back of the 160 in the previous leg. He's not going to be able to take out the 151 on this particular occasion.
Yeah. $74. Scotland, you require 60.
A strange way to go for 151.
Game shot on the sick flag to Scotland.
Well, it's kind of been the story of the day, hasn't it, Scott? And it's another
7th
match
and final leg. It's
which
Scotland
goes
to throw
all
first.
the way
Game on.
to a last leg decider. Head scratcher for sure, Andreas.
$91.
Yeah, it's our 7th game that's gone 4-3. This is our 14th of the day.
Certainly getting our money's worth.
134.
Well, actually, you're not getting your money's worth at home. You'll never get your money's worth here at the Super Series because it's always free to watch.
60.
Stream now, pay never on Pluto TV. Never have to pay a penny.
140.
And even when you turn up here on a Saturday, you only have to pay a few pennies to be here.
Yeah, that's true.
Where else do you get world-class sport for a $5?
55.
I went to a non-league football match yesterday, Scott. Southern League, 7th tier, £14 for entry. And trust me,
42.
it was not worth £14 of the King's finest. Oof. Refund City. Which is now why I say I do not say which game I went to.
$41.
Sweden first to a finish. Looking at 1-4-4 to Till a 4-3 win. A win which would put them on to 14
94.
points in the group. A
Sweden
couple
require
off
144.
the Dutch going in to Wednesday's play in this group. Can't be done now. 102 required.
82.
Scotland to
require
pinch
102.
this game from underneath the Swedes' nose. And Robert knows that the opportunity has come and gone.
$28. Sweden requires 62.
So Andreas for 62 then. Going 54 for 2 4s. And he finishes it off
the match to
nicely
Sweden.
With a double 18. The Swedes got clawed back there by the Scottish. And it took a last-ditch 62 shot out there from Andreas Harrison to win it 4-3. Here are the stats. It's a bit of a funny old game, to and fro in. But we'll end into a short break, and when we return, our last game of the day, when the South Africans take on the Canadians.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Here we go then. One final game to go on this Tuesday. And it is a meeting between Canada and South Africa. For the Canadians, they have been the team of the day. They win this one, then they would have won 4 out of 5 for the session. It would have been a much improved second day for Messrs. Smith and Michelle. Up against Carl Gabriel and Devon Peterson, for whom they still got that beaming smile on their face. But it's been, in terms of the on-hockey action, a few days to forget. Without a win so far in this campaign, they're hoping to spring what would be the surprise of the session if they were to win this game. I think the biggest difference today is, and it was something we thought would probably happen as the week goes along, is we know how consistent, how remarkably consistent Jess Smith can be. But Dawson Michelle has just got a little bit more settled into things, getting more accustomed to that stage again. And he's played better today. And there's no doubt that there's a correlation between him upping his levels and Canada getting more points.
100.
Yeah, possibly. It could be that, or it could be the fact that they're just gelling better today. Few things happened early doors. Obviously, they've set their targets on who they need to be beaten to get near the top, and they had a really good win against the Darts, against the Swedes.
60.
In the opening game, and that's all it can take, really. And then they backed it up with a win against the Dutch, and you start thinking, here we go. We're going to head to the top here, but it all got sort of stopped and halted by a lost
100.
when they lost to the Welsh in game 4.
Now this is incredible, Scott. Just having a little glance over at the scores from the Pro Tour. Peter Wright 0, Darius Labanauskas 5.
26.
Darius obviously doesn't hold a tour card at the moment. He's on the Challenge Tour, but doing well. I actually spoke to him last weekend while we were at the Challenge Tour and said, how are you finding it? And he said, very busy. Because obviously he's playing in the Nordic region stuff from where he is. He's playing in the Challenge Tour.
148.
He's finding life very busy, and obviously his promotion into the Pro Tours as well.
90.
Said he was enjoying life and playing lots of darts.
Did you ask him when he was coming back? I haven't seen him since he won it.
No, I didn't actually, no.
60.
Come on, you've got to be better on those scouting missions, Scott.
Well, I kind of wasn't scouting. I was there as a player. Well, kind of.
Game shot on the first leg.
Participating.
Yeah, I wasn't troubling the scorers too much, but yeah.
Well, Jess Smith takes out that double 18, and that troubles the scoreboard. Breaker throw, Canada one up. Yeah, Darius will pretty much be at the World Challenge come the end of the year, whether that be via his position on the Pro Tour or via the Challenge Tour. If he does get it through the Pro Tour, then Stefan Belmont, Ted Evans, and Jamai van den Herik would make it. Now, if Jamai van den Herik qualifies for the World Championship,
60.
he has to walk on to virtual insanity. Jamiroquai.
All right, yeah. Well done.
96.
You're the only one that got that. But it was close. I do say it was close.
140.
Well, I think Space Cowboy was a better track.
I like Canned Heat, I did.
92. 60. 96. 100. Canada requires 77.
Dawson Michelle back for 77 to double its lead to 2-0. Double 10.
Game shot on the
for
second
50
leg
data
to Canada.
and a 2-zip lead.
Third leg at South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Coming up once we're done on Pluto TV, plenty coming up. You can get to know the players a little bit better in the Tungsten Talk series. Scott Campbell and Robert Thornton will be in conversation.
60.
Matthew Edgars having a look at darts' biggest bust-ups.
60.
We'll be with another couple of Tungsten Talks later on in the evening. Bogrees Part 2. And we'll also be having a chat a little bit later on with Samuel Spivey. Seaside.
Yeah, he doesn't really like Spivey, man. We discussed that last weekend too.
And I've heard in no uncertain terms.
Yeah.
57.
He'd be happy to know that I'll be retiring that when he plays again. There's an exclusive.
100.
Come out with a Seaside shirt on last week. I don't think he'll be wearing that again either.
Oh, he made an absolute point of that, didn't he?
He did. He came out with a Seaside shirt on, and yeah.
91.
He's getting a bit fed up with Sammy Seaside now as well.
If there's one player who has the right to punch me, it might be him.
Yeah, but you know because he's left-handed, it's coming left-handed, so you know which hand is coming.
Hey, we're both southpaws. Both southpaws. Difference is I can't fight.
92.
I'm not sure he can either, to be honest. He plays darts all right, mind you.
Absolute gent.
60. Canada.
He is indeed, yeah. He is indeed.
104 on the cards for Smith. For 3-0. Ruthless. Absolutely destructive for the silencer, who just crept up in the leg, takes the 104, gets the double break, and puts Canada 3-0 to the good.
That's that to his 128 that he hit yesterday.
60.
Did the 128 against the Scottish yesterday.
$140. $41. $100.
Well, for South Africa, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They picked up just 9 legs in the opening 2 days worth of play in this Group A. And it doesn't look like they're going to get one in this game because Jess Smith
99.
is setting Dawson Michelle up for match-winning opportunity and a 4-0 winning opportunity.
65. Canada, you require 102.
So Michelle then 102.
It's double top. That's back-to-back ton-plus checkouts for the Canadians to get the job done. That was mightily impressive. A much more impressive day. And then too, Dawson Michelle and Jess Smith look as if they have got this on lock, on tap. For Orson Dawson, this is a return, in Jess Smith's words, from retirement. And it looks like he has got rid of the cobwebs and is now really beginning to make a push. After the break, we've got reaction and analysis from the Pluto TV studios in Portsmouth.
So the second day's worth of action has been completed in the second international pairs, and it looks like it's going to be a thrilling race towards the line. 3 nations with realistic chances of making it through to Saturday through Group A. It's the Netherlands that still have the lead at the top of the table. They won 4 out of 5 once again today, but also very strong showings from the Swedes and the Canadians. Canada winning 4 out of their 5 games, 12 points overnight. They're 4 off of Holland, or the Netherlands, shall I say. Sweden, the closest challenge, a couple of points off the mix-wise. It feels like Wales, Scotland, South Africa will probably, and I say the word probably, be plying their trade in Group C. Scott Mitchell is with us here in the studio to look back on all the day's action. And first things first, it's been a compelling day, a lot of very tight matches, and the table may not look like it, but it was a very, very, very tight one thing.
Yeah, there's a couple of results. If they've gone the other way, then that table at the top particularly would look so totally different. It's been an interesting day, and usually we say this one is moving down a Tuesday, but I don't think it's been so much that today. But I think tomorrow there's a couple that need to be winning nice and early if they're going to make an assault on the top.
Let's talk about the team at the top, the Netherlands. It just feels like Jimmy and Danny have just got this dynamic that works for them.
But when you've won something here before, you feel good about the place as well. It's not like it feels like a strange place to come to. They have good memories, they have good vibe, they have good feeling. You watch them together when they're chatting behind the board and stuff. It just all looks to be gelling and in a place where they both want it to be.
Then Sweden in second position. Did they kind of get the most that they could possibly get at today, did you feel?
Yeah, I think so. I think the shocker for them was when they lost their game against Canada, I think, and they kind of, it sort of took the wind out of their sails a little bit. They were looking like making a real a go at the top, and that took the wind out of their sails, and they only sort of kind of got that back towards the end of the session. So I don't think they're out of it by any means.
The Canadians looked good today, though, didn't they?
They really did. Therefore, they had 2 4-3s yesterday. Had they gone the other way, they'd have been right there with the Dutch at the top. So they were a touch unlucky, and they were both against the darts. So you can say it was a bit unlucky for them, but today they've showed different class today.
They certainly have, and we kind of mentioned it in commentary. They could be the type of team that as the week goes on, they could become more and more dangerous. Yeah, because the more that Dawson feels more comfortable back in the scene, and of course, him and Jeff are mates and have been for an awful long time, and I've known them back since 2017, 2018, something like that. And they were really good friends and going around with each other then. So they will have the feel that Jimmy and Danny have, but it's just going to take time. Maybe not enough time in Group A to help them out, but yeah, maybe in whatever group they drop into, which is looking like probably B, it could well be the time for them there. Then you've got the pair of Wales and Scotland that just outside the Group A, in terms of the Group B mix, shall I say, to qualify for Thursday and Friday night. Is it fair to say for both nations it's been a little bit in and out?
It's been very sketchy. It's been very feast or famine for them. When they've been good, they've been really good, but when they've been bad, they've been easy to get at. And that's possibly been their problem. I think, it's again, like we say, it's too much for them probably now. They're looking at Group C.
Most certainly. In terms of what Wales did right today, what was the good bit? Because it felt like Kurt Parry, in terms of the doubling, got him out of jail a little bit.
They did, but when Kurt's scoring went off, so did Richie's. And that kind of, they went off together. And then when they did come back, they came back together. And so I think they'll be frustrated with today's work because of that. Just the fact that they did it, everything was together. When they scored, it was together, and when they went off, it was together. And yeah, they just made themselves too easy to beat, really.
So Africa got work to do, haven't they?
Yeah, again, yesterday there were legs that they left wanting. There were chances yesterday that they left wanting, and today they didn't even create as many chances to win legs as they did yesterday. But when they get there, they've got to get out, and they're taking 5, 6, 7 darts to win legs. And with this type of field, you're not going to get that very often.
Well, it's quite the exciting week here. The 6 nations involved in Group A there, but we've got 2 other groups to come later on in the week. We're going to see the competitive return of Adrian Jackpot Lewis. He's going to be alongside Steve Beaton for England. United States of America, they could be a team to look out for, couldn't they? Alex Spellman and Jason Brandon. We know how good Alex is, and Jason made the Lakeside semis last year.
Yeah, very much so. They're two non-nonsense type players. They get on with it. How they gel together will be the secret. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them.
And then in Group C, Stefan Belmont and Bruno Stockley, we saw them partner each other at the World Cup. And as we kind of mentioned in commentary earlier, Stefan is enjoying the best year of his career today.
He is, but he's not coming in here on a lot of form. He had a challenge tour last week where it didn't quite go the way that the rest of 2025 has gone for him. So I'd be interested to see how he bounces back when he comes here with his partner.
Dutch to get the job done tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they will do enough, and I think they'll do it early as well.
Be interesting to see. Scott, always a pleasure to be in your company ahead of what is a fantastic week here at the Super Series. The international pairs certainly living up to attention. Now, this is the second edition of the international pairs competition, and the participating teams from the previous event took part in a special bullseye challenge with a little bit of a twist. You can see that in a couple of moments' time. Then the Dutch darting bromance will be back. Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe will be partnering up once again and be looking to get the job done and look to make it through to another Saturday night here at the international pairs, where they will be looking to lift that trophy again, and they're looking very good, Nick, to do so. But Adrian Lewis will be hoping his competitive return yields a trophy, and there's plenty of other nations going to take claim, particularly Canada, on the basis of the performances that we saw from them over the course of Tuesday. And then a little break from the mould on Sunday, where we'll have the 5th edition of the Influencer Darts event. That's going to see Adrian Lewis and Jack Mate, 2 of the stars. And Adrian, of course, will be back in action on Thursday night. His return will be live here on Pluto TV. That's from 10 o'clock. He'll partner Steve Beaton as part of the England team. So do join us for that Thursday, 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV. But as far as today is concerned, Jimmy and Danny, well, they are the Van men, aren't they? They are the men to be feared. They're the men to be beaten. They are the perfect international pairing from all of us here. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion.